and address some of these challenges that have arisen, especially in terms of giving policy advice to governments and other political actors, those who are the decision makers on the continent.
Looking at the different panels, you can witness that we were talking about matters of security, economy-related matters, trade-related matters, and even regional integration-related matters, and all in regard to the COMESA or the East African Community region. So covering all those different topics together in one conference is the biggest strength in my personal perspective, because researching and understanding those topics is only possible taking into consideration the whole triangle of relations between economy, society, and politics.
It's an awesome, an amazing opportunity for us, UNICEF, to have not only participated in this conference, but also to have partnered and sponsored it. We take this opportunity to say thank you for the International Relations Center of Kenya for considering us and giving us a chance to partner. We have experienced lots of progress made in the diplomatic field, and we hope as UNICEF, with our programs of scholarships, we're going to make this particular profession a success going forward. I wish to see you next in the next conference 2025.
All right, let's have an applause for everyone who participated yesterday. That was great. Your photos, if you haven't gotten any of your photos, go to the IRSK LinkedIn page, Twitter. We are all over the place. I used to have phobia for Twitter. Oh Lord. Especially when Nani left Kamwana. I said, hey, if the president can run away from Twitter, who am I? Then just the other day, I found myself inside LinkedIn. Yo, the English. You leave that space, you want to post something and you're like, do I need a dictionary? Because a simple one, you put a photo and you're like, IRSK conference 2024 happening, it's amazing. Then one professor out of nowhere just comes and brings English from here to Timbuktu, and you're like, do I respond? Do I like? Do I just stay back? How many of you are on LinkedIn? Almost everyone in here. Okay. No, Kwanzaa, I ran away from your page so badly. So I'm a newbie. You'd wonder how come it took this long, but yes, I'm in there. So connect. COMESA Rehan. Ona vile napata followers very early in the morning. Yes, let's do this. So now we've had sponsors, and this morning we have the privilege of listening to one of our sponsors. He has something amazing to unpack very briefly, and then we move on. But before that, as usual, what is our hashtag? IRSK Conference 2024. In your photos, in your posts, in your videos, in everything and anything that you do. It is the last day. We wrap it up like a boss. Those who are invited and didn't come, what did you say yesterday? Hatuko, we left. Yes, and today we are literally taking off. We are gone. We'll see them in 2025. So make noise, rub it on their faces, let them know they missed out. Okay? Yes, we've had a good time and it will cost them some other day. So the person that is coming on stage is one of our sponsors from UNICEF. I'll give him a chance to introduce himself and unpack the beautiful, beautiful message he has for us. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as he walks on stage. We can do better. Why with this doll? Yes. Karibu. Yes, you may.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Joshua Nyambane. I work with UNICAF. Part of UNICAF fraternity, I work as a strategic partnership manager. Briefly, UNICAF is an international organization, or let me say, is a company based in Europe, to be specific in Cyprus. I call it a non-state actor. As you know, governments require to be supported in terms of provision of education, make it affordable, and of course, accessible. If you look at the SDGs, particularly the SDG number 4, it focuses on quality education. Its aim is to ensure inclusive, equitable, and quality education while promoting what we call lifelong learning opportunities. And these opportunities are supposed to be for all of us. As I've been here since we started this conference on Wednesday, as a student of diplomacy, I will say with a lot of conviction and authority that the SDG 4 is a solution to several problems or issues that we have discussed here since Wednesday. Why? Because educational diplomacy is very key towards achieving the majority of the problems we are facing. I want to challenge all of us that we have listened to several presentations here. We need next time to look for solutions. How can what we discuss here become part of the policies and the regulations on different non-state actors and the role they play? Before I talk about UNICAF, I will just briefly say that the East African community, which is one of the regional organizations, has a role to play when it comes to education. They promote what we call harmonization of education curricula and qualifications within the East African community. And this will eventually enhance regional integration through the cross-border scholarships and, of course, student mobility. IGAD, and I just want to ask you to look at it, whether these organizations, yesterday I was trying to be controversial and ask whether we really need them. But of course we do. I know we do need them. But are they doing what they're supposed to do? It's up to you as diplomats to decide. IGAD will focus on education in conflict and post-conflict settings. And there were presentations, especially case study for South Sudan, and so on. They will support vocational and technical training for sustainable livelihood. Education is key. If you want to improve the economy of any state, you want to improve the consumption rate in all aspects of the economy, education must be there. Most of us are seated here today because of education, nothing else. If you never got the opportunity to access education, and particularly the higher learning, you wouldn't be seated here. It's very important for us to appreciate that. COMESA, it's good to appreciate COMESA because of the variety of support. I know somebody else is qualified to pass the gratitude, but at a personal level, COMESA always encourages research, innovation for regional development. They strengthen capacity building programs to meet regional labor markets demands. ECOWAS, they do more or less the same. They facilitate regional academic exchange and partnerships. SADC, they drive regional collaboration on higher education and technical skills training. And that is how they do it. African Union implements the continental education strategy for Africa, there is always question marks whether what diplomacy was doing 50 or 20 years ago is exactly what it ought to do now going forward. The UN, this is more or less a bigger body. It will advocate for global education. In summary, those organizations collectively will enhance regional and global educational diplomacy. UNICAF is anchoring itself in this specific aspect of educational diplomacy. I don't want to go to SDG number 4, because as much as I know, there are specific targets, there are specific indicators. This is more or less scholarly work, and I'm very sure most of us can be able to go back and read and find out the importance of SDG 4, because that is a key driver for economic, social inclusion, and of course, poverty reduction in Africa. The challenges facing SDG 4, I may not address those issues, but I want to challenge state actors to contribute in this particular aspect in terms of implementation of this SDG 4. It's important now, because I wasn't called here to make speeches, but I've built a background for you to understand why educational diplomacy is very key in addressing Sustainable Development Goal number 4. Specifically to UNICAF, as I mentioned, I did say that UNICAF is basically an organization that gives you opportunities. It's basically online. I have interacted with so many Kenyans. As we speak, we have more than 11,000 Kenyans in this platform. They cut across, majority of them are lawyers, doctors. You'll be shocked. The diplomats are the minority. But I'm glad that earlier this year, or mid this year, we signed an MOU with the International Relations side of Kenya. I, as a young diplomat, in terms of profession, I want to say that most of the foreign policies are driven by quacks, in quotes. Most of the professional diplomats are not near the diplomatic policy processes. Most of our lecturers, academia, are known in the university setup. You can't see them near the media trying to address the issues facing. It's a challenge for all of us to go out and make IRSK not only professional regulator, but also to speak out diplomatic issues. We have lawyers in this platform because of legal diplomacy, and I challenge us. What UNICAF is giving us today is an opportunity. You don't need to leave your job. Opportunity for you to access learning online. Kenyans are saying, I need to be in Kenyatta University physically, University of Nairobi physically. Those are traditional methodologies. We are moving forward to digital learning. And this is what UNICAF is basically giving you. We are giving you scholarships up to 80%. Any course you want to apply, already we have given you that opportunity to apply for that course, and you start learning at your comfort zone. You don't have to leave your job. You create your time at your pace. The payments, you make them, in bits and installments, and we are going to support you to access education and transform this world. I wish to stop there. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. We're about to get into the main session of this morning. I will not take so much of your time. Our first session is going to be about fiscal or debt diplomacy. What you do, have your program, get your notebooks, get your questions ready. But before that, put your hands together for our moderator, Wanjiru Gikonyo. Makofi tafadhali. Welcome, Ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning once again. It's a pleasure to be here. And thank you so much to Leonard and the team for inviting me to moderate this session. It's an honor. I'll make a brief introduction as to what we are covering in the session, and then I'll invite Leonard to come and give us a proper context. And we are dealing with 2 or 3 concepts that may seem a bit alien to us, but I think are part of our everyday life. We've been asked to look at the role of diplomacy. If I look at the title, excuse me, these come on and off, don't get distracted, it is how it goes. So the role of economic diplomacy, one concept, of fiscal justice, another concept, and then we are going to look at how civil society uses research to challenge international norms and practices. So we are looking at the international, we are looking at the fiscal, and we are looking at the use of diplomacy. So to contextualize this, I'd like to ask a question. How many of you have been part of any government process on the fiscal decision making? How many of you have made submissions into the tax policy, for instance, into the budget policy, by a show of hands? By a show of hands? All right. As you do that, it means that you're really already part of this process, and we are hoping we'll encourage the others to be part of the process, because in giving your submissions, you're exercising your voice. And diplomacy, as we will, I hope Leonard will explain for us, is maybe the use of soft power to exercise that voice to make sure government hears the needs of citizens. In this context, we are saying that there are international agencies that make decisions which affect our daily life. And we know this. Austerity measures. Who has engaged with the concept of austerity in the last year, in one way or the other? By a show of hands. By a show of hands. The concept of austerity. I won't ask beyond that, because we are also talking about active demonstrations and protests on matters of austerity, and we know Kenya has been very active, and the young people in the room have been leading the way, not only in Kenya, but around the world. So this is a very topical issue, because countries, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, developing countries, are really grappling with how to ensure they're able to deliver for the human rights of their populations. How do they finance the budget? How do they finance development? Is it through debt? Is it through taxation? Is it through larger austerity programs? Is it through larger social programs? And so today we are talking about the role of evidence in informing how governments do this, and in informing how governments are able to negotiate in the global arena, because we are working local, but we are situated in the global. So we have a very illustrious panel who I'd like to call up, and then I'll invite Leonard to give his remarks. I'd like to invite Riva Jalipa, who is an advisor on economic and tax justice matters with Amnesty International. She has an illustrious career in fiscal governance and fiscal justice. I'd like to invite Kenneth Okwaro, Executive Director of ASEPIS, the Africa Center for People, Institutions, and Society, and he heads up a leading research and think tank organization that serves the sector in generating evidence. And I'd like to invite Florence Sievuo, who is the Executive Director of the SDG Kenya Forum that is at the forefront of championing the SDG cause, and key of which is generation of the SDG report by government. I'd like to invite the panelists up. I'd also like to invite our host, Leonard Wanyama, the regional coordinator with the East African Tax Governance Network, EATGN, who are also champions in using evidence-based advocacy to address us and open this session for us. Karibu panelists, please have a seat, and Karibu Leonard.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you had a wonderful evening. And just to quickly connect with the introduction given by Wanjiru, I know during this meeting, I have mainly been referred to as CEO of IRSK, and so I'm sure for a number of you are wondering, what is this regional coordinator business? And even for them, as I had mentioned, the way we are structured, people come from various spaces. My day job, or should I say my morning job, is a civil society activist. In fact, I am sure a few people in this room are surprised that I have a formal suit, because they are used to seeing me in a coat and jeans. But when we work together with colleagues here, we see the linkages. And when we spoke and when we work with, for instance, COMESA, I keep seeing the linkage on the question of economic diplomacy. As an unconventional diplomat in that sense, you hear, even like in the presentation, everything is health diplomacy, education diplomacy, cultural diplomacy, digital diplomacy. But where does my work fit in economic diplomacy and the work we are doing, for instance, in this space we are talking about regional integration and peace and security? How does that link with some of the civil society work that we see? So, in that sense, to go back to the traditional definitions and the fact that we are talking about regional integration and trade and so on and so forth, we know that economic diplomacy is defined as the encouragement of foreign direct investment into a country and the promotion of exports out. And therefore, all the summits, I don't know, China-Africa summit, whatnot, there is mainly that we want investment, we want to export. But that is a very state-centric situation. When those investments come in or when those exports go out, there is a very direct linkage to the lives of people. And in that linkage, a question that we find that arises is the question, a grievance of inequality, of unfairness, and so forth. And so, the community of non-state actors, whether it is farmers groups, whether it is think tanks, researchers, are in a struggle to add a third component, a third argument to the question of economic diplomacy. And the third component or pillar that we believe, other than investments and exports, is the question of justice. When you add the question of justice, then a whole world opens up. The world of questions like fair taxation, the world of questions like fair trade, which we discuss a lot in COMESA, the world of questions like debt relief, which are all aspects that affect us economically. And that is where you find a lot of the civil society actors are based. Questions like sustainability, addressing inequality. And so, cheekily, I decided I will figure out how to bring friends and colleagues to also give you a sense of what this is. People we've worked with in research, people who have published, people who have experiences, people who see things sort of differently than the traditional state situation, because they have other perspectives to understand questions like how the protests in Kenya have affected the IMF perspective. At the meetings that we had, you've had people asking, IMF is asking about the youth population, how are you addressing your budget questions and so forth. Civil society has another perspective. I think maybe we can call ourselves the sixth column. I hear the media call themselves the fifth column. But we are the sixth column of society, and we have a different perspective to that. Some of these things are happening. You can see the same kind of protests across the region. Senegal, Mozambique, Tanzania, Uganda. And these questions have a very different perspective when you are in the space of civil society and how we interact with the regional bodies, with the intergovernmental spaces, in UN spaces, and so on and so forth. And so this session will kind of show that linkage, particularly if you think of in an instance like COMESA, where the regional trade and the questions across all those countries in the region take place. How do we then find fiscal or economic justice in the foreign direct investment that comes in, or in the export that goes out, or even in the normal cyclical processes such as budget formulation, resource allocation, and so forth. And so I hope from the discussions, the presentations, and the questions that will be raised, we will get to see that linkage of local to global and how we can better improve the conversations for COMESA and for Africa at large. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leonard, for starting us off on that note. And to start us off, I'm going to request that each of our speakers give us their story, because we are focusing here on the use of evidence, the use of research in the process of economic diplomacy. And I thought it would be good for us to bring that home and understand who are these people who take an interest in generating this evidence, and how do they use it and why. And so I'm going to ask them to just give us an opening statement that give us your journey. And because you're not seated the way your names appear, I will follow the way you're seated, starting with you, Ken. What's your journey? Why get into evidence-based economic diplomacy? What have your highlights been? And what are you feeling that you can bring to us here as a pressing issue for the pressing issues that are facing the continent?
All right. Thank you very much, Wanjiro and Leonard, and everyone in the room for really your interest in this. What to me I think perhaps should be the most critical thing about diplomacy, or what we shuttle around the continent right now across our countries. There is a friend of mine who says that economy is like a pregnancy. You cannot hide it. At some point, it's going to show. So people can run around saying the economy is good, it's bad, but when people's pockets or people feel differently, they will come out and they will speak. So I begin, you asked me to talk about my journey. I begin working for an NGO, a UK-based NGO here in Kenya, that was focused on getting fiscal data, or rather budgets, really. At that point, we were doing what we were calling budget accountability. So we're trying to get people to see the budget. Those days, the budget used to be printed somewhere on I think around El Selassie. And you'd go there and you'd pay for a booklet. And you'd go back and digitize this and bring it back to people to see what the budget is about. So a lot of lessons for nearly 14 years, trying to get people to pay attention to issues about public finance at national level, and then extending to the regional level in Eastern Africa, and now doing a lot of work with networks and civil society organizations, and also by extension with international organizations, from the World Bank to the IMF to OECD, trying to get the African perspective on what people are thinking about public finance, fiscal justice, and how all this affects them. So in a nutshell, the journey has been initially an interest in analysis and trying to get that out to ordinary people, but realizing that the people who need to pay attention to this information, particularly government, when we began, were people who didn't want that attention. So there wasn't space. For instance, nowadays, there are meetings in New York, or there are meetings in Geneva or wherever, where there are CSOs who are actively involved in the program. Those are things that never used to be there, because this realm used to be a place where government ministers and permanent secretaries go and talk amongst themselves about how they apply or they use resources in their countries. But what was missing was the people perspective about what that decisions were taken 10 years ago and how they're affecting the budget today. And so we have demanded the space to speak, to bring the evidence, and to bring alternative conversations about fiscal justice. I think I can stop it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ken. You're telling us economy is like a pregnancy. I hope in the best way, because a pregnancy is a good thing, but it can't be hidden. You're also telling us that these spaces were not there, and they've opened up thanks to the advocacy. Thanks so much for that. Riva, you are an activist, a fiscal justice activist, and use data quite a lot. What has your journey been? And what are those highlights that you've seen in that journey? Thank you.
Sure, thanks, Wanjiro. Thanks, CEO, for this conference. I think as activists, I think the need for us to really use evidence is to counter predominant narratives. And I think we underestimate how ingrained some of this corporate capture is. The idea that one day anyone can be rich, get rich or die trying, it's possible. In the current economy, it would be very hard to get it in decent ways. So, I mean, the fact is that the cost of living and the cost of wages are not keeping in touch. Like, the cost of living is just, it's rising higher and higher, and you will never be able to reach that. And the reasons for it, including the way businesses do business. And so even the idea that, okay, if we give another evidence that we've had to put out there is that not all tax incentives are good. And we've been pushing for that, because there's this idea, as long as you give big business incentives, they will invest more, which is not the truth at all. I mean, big business, any business looks for other things other than tax incentives. You look for political stability. You look for, a ready market. You look for available workforce. There's so many other factors that are more important than incentives when you're looking at investment, and yet that's the predominant narrative. And yet you still have countries that are rich in natural resources giving away revenue for no real reason other than that they think you need it. If you're the biggest copper producing country in the world, and yet you're still giving big business tax breaks, and so the reason that we've been producing research is to show that actually that's not a big consideration for business. If you're the only one producing copper, we're still going to come. So what is the cost benefit of the incentive that you're giving? So this is also even in the climate crisis, big fossil fuel producers have been pushing the narrative that everyone is responsible for the climate crisis. What's your carbon footprint? No, everyone isn't. Yes, we're all responsible, but at differentiated levels, and therefore our capacity should be the same. So it's a handful of countries that are responsible for $500 billion of tax losses every year. Likewise, it's a handful of countries that are responsible for the climate crisis that we're in. So let's be real, let's get the figures, let's put them out, let's understand what our responsibilities are and who really should pay. And a lot of the times, again, we've been, a lot of predominant narratives, let business be business, it will correct itself. No, it won't. When COVID came out, did we look to big business? No, we looked to government to regulate big business, to make vaccines available for everyone. At the end of the day, it's still the role of the state. So, yeah, I think the journey has been really to kind of counter these predominant narratives that persist.
Thank you, Riva, and thank you for that. We'll be discussing those narratives and how effectively civil society has been able to shape them. And I think, Florence, in the SDG arena, we've seen very active civil society engagement. What has your journey been? Yeah, take the floor.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. It's such a great pleasure to be here, especially seeing him after so many years of campus. And also Dr. Oita, and I know there are many other colleagues, and so I feel quite at home being here. A very good question. Where we started, and Leonard reminded me this morning, I remember in campus, and for those who are in campus, just to encourage you, we were very adventurous, traveling to different countries. I remember one time, Uganda, one time from Kenya all the way to Mozambique as students. By road. And when we got there, we found ourselves hosted by the president. And when I look back, this was a journey of diplomacy and how students can get involved in these particular processes without knowing. So fast forward through campus again, I got into various attachments. Then it was the Millennium Development Goals. And it was just something else. It was big in terms of the 8 goals then, a lot of ambition, learning how countries relate, what development agendas translate at country level, and or the role of active citizen, and some of the priorities then on maternal health, malaria, HIV, those days. And so getting involved in that process, I quickly, as a student or just coming out of campus, learned what, for example, Kenya was prioritizing on, what the regional conversations were all about, and also the global conversations. And then fast forward, we started the post-2015 process where we were saying the MDGs were not being achieved or were not going to be achieved in Africa, many states in Africa. So then how do we reorganize? How do we do things in a different way as Kenya, as Africa, as the world? And so, of course, the ambitious development agenda of the 2030. This is the SDG. And so within the 17 goals, if you look through I was looking through the program, and of course everything, conversations that have been here are pegged within one goal, one target, one indicator. And so for us as civil society organizations, then we realized we needed to be better organized, we needed to come together, and founded now the SDG Kenya Forum, which is a civil society coalition, purely led by civil society, but also we were extended an invitation when the government saw that we were organized to become part of the National Interagency Technical Committee on SDGs, which is the highest decision-making organ on SDGs in Kenya, hosted by the State Department of Economic Planning. What this has done for us as civil society organizations is give, at least we are on the table. We are, we're not the menu, but at least we are part and parcel of decision-making processes, and we can challenge what the government is doing. But now going back to evidence, and I hope that most of you have heard of the voluntary national reviews, and I'll be coming back to speak about it some time later. We've been able to do progress reports, but also showcase the marginalized communities and what is their priorities or what are their priorities, and how we as development partners, the government and other stakeholders within the multi-stakeholder partnership can ensure that we are not leaving anyone behind, but also we are monitoring the journey. How are we doing our investments in all the 17 goals? And so within that, there's a lot of evidence and also investments, and the process is very vibrant. Many times when I go to conferences like this, I realize that most people are not involved in the voluntary national reviews, which are very critical in terms of evidence, but ensuring that we can monitor progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Florence. Leonard, let's come to you as our host and also wearing the hat of the ED of the EAGTN. Perhaps you can also tell us your journey in evidence-based advocacy around economic governance and fiscal justice matters. What has brought you here wearing these many hats? Thanks.
Thank you. Actually, my journey starts with her organizing forums at campus, as you've heard. But then, as I go along, studying campus masters, first job, I start out from work on regional integration and inequality. My previous station at that time, we were doing State of East Africa report, understanding how trade works out in inequality in the region. And then move out, again, more activities, and stumble into work on taxation. Now, in the space of taxation, it's mainly conversations that are very niche by lawyers and accountants. And here I am in a new station, and my advantage is not that I understand any tax or any law, or, you know, the thing I am here for is research. And in research, you have to communicate. Now, when I listen to the lawyers and the accountants, I am completely lost. Completely lost. I am now like I'm back in politics 101, you know, but then I look, for instance, you know, you're in that station, then you have meetings, and then I see colleagues, they are asking questions about public health, they're asking about education. So I am as lost as my other colleagues, but I can see there is something here. And a colleague also gives me a report to edit that is trade and taxation. And the person who's written it is another lawyer. So I can see there's a big complexity here. Then my mandate is East Africa. And I see the same problem. Before my probation ends, I get into an Africa forum. And in there, I see again, Africa has this problem. Everyone wants to understand their taxes and how they are connecting with their neighbors in relation to trade and so forth. And so I have a challenge here to simplify the language. Now, we have the first opportunity at that time to submit the finance bill submissions. So I think we were about 8 civil society organizations, and the rest were mainly politicians, lobbyists, and so forth. And then it clicks in my mind that maybe we should draw from history. And so I seek out some gentleman who had done a lot of research during the constitution-making process, and I asked him, you guys even did work on public finance and did write-ups and manuals for people across the country. How do we do that for taxation? And he helps us develop what we call a human rights-based approach to taxation. And from there, a lot of issues click. Now I have a document that draws from history that people across spaces can understand why tax is important in their life, why tax links to various spaces, various concerns, and then I can make the connections with simplified language, I can access the spaces, and when there are very complex things, like when the lawyers and accountants finish their very jargon-based positions, I can, on the basis of what we call principles of human rights-based taxation, distill questions then that reach various spaces. So whether it is today, and that's how I come to understand that we are changing the norm of saying economic diplomacy is two things of foreign direct investment and export promotion. Then I see the linkage here that I talk of economic justice. Then I see the linkage on sustainability, climate change and financing and all that, based on the sense that I can now see the norm we are changing based on simplified language. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I'll ask one more round of questions and then open the floor. So as we have this conversation, it's a Friday, so we're really having a conversation and hopefully getting to the heart of the issues. But and I'm hoping you'll also have your questions to add. So I'll do one round of questions now, moving backwards or in reverse order. Leonard, you say that when you first looked at the financial documents, they were unintelligible to you. You found them too complicated, and so you purposed to simplify these. You then also have, in your work and with your colleagues, used the human rights-based approach that has brought out the various aspects of trade, of financing, of government economic decision-making and application. To what extent do you think that your efforts have been taken up? To what extent do you feel that the budgets are now more accessible? Do you feel that the budgets are, the budgets and financial instruments in the respective countries and in the region are responding to the human rights-based approach? And central to that is, has there been political buy-in? Because the aim of diplomacy is that political buy-in for the simplification, for the human rights-based approach, in your view.
Thank you. If I may look at this as the last 6 to 7 years prior to the previous other 6 years of me starting my career and just understanding the issues, particularly in relation to tax, there is a lot more conversation around taxation. There were organizations that have been there even much older than the one I work for, that struggled up until somewhere around 2017. And maybe this was about the debt situation that arose. So circumstances have kind of pushed the knowledge, the research, the understanding. And this is not only in Kenya. Because of the circumstances now, people are asking very direct questions, and they're not asking about the budgets in wholesome. They're saying, what is it about our debt? What is it about our taxes? What is it about, when you say taxes, the collection, the spending, the management? What is it about how corruption happens? Who is getting punished? All that knowledge and research is available, and it grows by the day. For instance, something that I do is I try and do a seminal work and let go so that if there are other colleagues who can take it up, they continue. I did a study on tax expenditures. Today, colleagues from an organization called IPF, International Public Finance of Kenya, have been doing it annually because there was a buy-in. They can do it better than myself in terms of regularity, but now the information is going to the public more regularly, and they are seeking partnerships across the region for that. Then there's the question of skills. What skills do you need to work out or figure out these issues? A number of organizations have a lot of trainings, whether it's on debt or taxation. We have colleagues who do a debt justice academy, a Tax Justice Academy, reaching out to students or media or even just general public to train them on what to look out for as they are going around in their stations. And practice. Particularly in Kenya, these efforts have then unlocked the conversation on public participation. There was the constitutional demand or threshold, but as the research has kept coming up, as people have been taking up the cause, the pressure on government has been so much into the protests that we saw that we are actually seeing government on the spot innovating public participation for various issues. I want to bring up the question of impeachment, but if you look at that process, they were even developing public participation where you tick the thing you want, write your email, send as an individual, even outside the public forums. As an individual, there was an actual public participation form. What will that mean for the other processes? If you tell me on this tax, I need this form, I'll send it to Parliament. Those are the innovations that are coming about. And lastly, on accessibility. There's been an improvement in accessibility on whether it's parliamentarians, directorates, and so forth. For some of us, and Okwaro, all these have been my colleagues, there are things we have experienced as young researchers. One of them is climbing the floor of Ministry of Finance to get access and get rejected. You want information, you go there, get mistreated, come back down. Next issue, like that. And it's not only Ministry of Finance, it could be any of the ministries. That was before emails. Even with emails, no response. But things have changed so much. I think early last year, we were invited to go comment on national tax policy. And they gave me a bottle of water, and I couldn't help laugh at them and say, wow, Ministry of Finance has invited me for a bottle of water. Because we were actually there, we were commenting. We realized they had been reading our work. Some traditions and barriers are being broken down. And so you can clearly see that journey. And if I was to compare in the case of Kenya or even some of the East African countries, when you look at these human rights conversations, constitutional conversations, you have an average of 15 to 20 years. We have clocked 6 or first 10. How many years? Maybe another 10, so that we get that nitty-gritty. Rights, responsibilities, and relevance for the people. The shift is slow, but it's taking place. And we shouldn't just stop going forward.
Thank you very much, Leonard. And so you're telling us, yes, there is progress in the approach of government. I don't know, when you say 10 years, whether that's tenable. You know, the economic realities are here and today.
That is a research thing. When it comes to real life experiences, the people decide.
Yes, so over time we can say we are building a culture of participation, of responsiveness. And Florence, you told us that as civil society, you got yourselves organized into the SDG forum. But you know, when we are saying 10 years, I think cynically somebody could say, well, we moved from the MDGs, we've moved, they were not achieved, the SDGs haven't been achieved, and it looks like they won't be achieved. We now have the UN, is it the UN Compact? Yes, there's a new compact that reads very well. What strategies is civil society employing so that we don't keep deferring these aspirations, because those aspirations really embody Kenyans on the ground, you know, whether a mother can access health care, whether children are able to go to school, and households have enough to eat. So what are the strategies that you have in place to capture the reality on the ground, to bring that, the present realities to bear at this regional level through the SDG Forum. Florence.
Thank you very much. And that's a good question to build up on the conversation. And so I believe the first thing is for us to continuously get organized. Because the minute we don't come together as non-state actors, then the opportunities for engagement or even just to voice our voices is very weak. Because if it's your organization or just my individual organization or Leonard or somebody else just speaking about a matter on social justice, you can imagine the profiling and how, the attacks on human rights and, the access to just ensuring that we can engage in different levels. Many times we are constantly under attack as civil society or non-state actors. And so we've learned lessons like how can we organize better? And organizing better means you have to invest resources, you have to ensure there's value proposition for the members, because for us, we are a coalition of more than 500 civil society organizations that are based here in Kenya. These are, of course, community-based organizations, national organizations, international organizations, regional organizations. And so when we come together, for example, I'll still use the VNR because of the evidence-based. We've done VNR as Kenya 2017, 2020, and 2024 this year. Those are 3 VNRs, so it's a voluntary process. It happens every year at the high-level political forum in New York every July, and countries volunteer to take part and parcel in this process. And so for Kenya, having gone 3 times, compared, of course, there are countries, I think the majority have done, not majority, but there are a few that have done 4 times. 3 is a common figure. 2, 1 if you're doing badly, and maybe I think there's a few countries also who haven't done a VNR. And so this is an accountability process for countries to ensure that what happened with the MDGs, and I don't like to say that we didn't completely make any progress on the Millennium Development Goals. Of course, if you think about our former president, Moi Kibaki, when he talked about free primary education, that was one of the goals within that. If you think about on the issues of HIV, malaria, when the mosquito nets were being distributed in the counties, I know there's controversy around everything, but if you remember, those were the interventions and some good progress that was done. Then, if you look at Kibaki's manifesto, it was fully Millennium Development Goals, and even the prospects of what the government did then was driven a lot by the Millennium Development Goals. And so, of course, now with civil society, one of the criticisms was that civil society was operating independently. There's a lot of fights, if you remember those days, coming from the Moi era, again, getting into the Kibaki era. And so organizing and coming together has given opportunities for civil society to not only just give deliberate interventions, and I'll give you some examples. Like in the 2017, I'll just pick some examples. There's so many of them. If you can look at some of the VNR reports, the 3 from the 3, 2017, 2020, and 2024, you'll see deliberate or very specific interventions that civil society recommended or processes that they invested in that bore, fruits, and I can speak about a few of them. So the first one, you remember in 2017, we were coming up in 2019 with the census. And so one of the biggest recommendations that civil society gave within that report was for the government to use the Washington set of questions for persons with disability. And so the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics actually implemented that during the 2019 census. And so that coming from civil society and the kind of advocacy that was done and ensuring that Kenya saw the value of that. Yeah. In 2020, again, one of the things that we captured and also advocated for very strongly, again, was the citizen-generated data guidelines. And this is where we're saying we cannot be a country as Kenya that only produces statistics that is considered official if it's only produced by the government. you know. And so we are in an era where many countries have opened up to big data, many countries have opened up to all these conversations on citizen-generated data, and this is data that is produced by non-state actors, by communities that are organized and follow specific methodologies. And so within this, in 2021, we as Kenya adopted the Kenya Quality Assurance Framework that has the citizen-generated data guidelines within that. And now for any, and I know there are many researchers in this room, if you're producing any official statistics or data, you could actually now go forth and use those methodologies and guidelines that are within the public. But the problem is, again, I'm realizing we need to create awareness. People need to understand that, so that whatever evidence you're producing, of course the issues is normally the sampling frame, it's normally the area, that all this methodological soundness that many times you as a non-state actor, you might not meet what the government will do in terms of coverage, in terms of sample frames, and I know I'm speaking to researchers who understand this. And so if we can now understand or partner with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics and others, then we can be able to produce statistics, even if it's within a small ward or a county, which contributes to some of the things that the government will not speak about. So then how do we ensure that things that we care about that are not within national reports, are not a priority within the government, can be a priority for us, or we can showcase the importance of these investments within the national government. And so there are many others in terms of partnerships, and I want to encourage all of you, if you can look at comparisons of the civil society, the national report, and one of the things we did also is to negotiate that the government of Kenya, and this is a best practice that is talked about worldwide, where the Kenya VNR is one of the reports that has an annex of the civil society or non-state actors, private sector, civil society, anybody that produces either a shadow report, a complementary or status report that is put within the Kenya National VNR report. And so there's some good progress in terms of the multi-stakeholder approach and ensuring that we don't curtail anybody's voice. And one of the things that we are big about is the leave no one behind, because we're talking about marginalized groups, persons with disability, the aged, we're talking about the youth, we're talking about women from grassroots areas, we're talking about communities that many times, indigenous communities that many times nobody is paying attention, or even when they pay attention, it's not a holistic process. We're still a country that does not listen more and more to community voices. So then how do we perfect this? Through public participation, through engagements and opportunities that can give us more opportunities for partnerships, but more importantly, we need to have the voice of citizen told without, the way it is, and so this is what we've been about.
Thank you, Florence, and for sharing that about the citizen guidelines on the voluntary national reporting on the SDGs and the inclusion of all communities. We've seen some concerns raised by the LGBTQ community about their data not being captured in the VNR in Kenya, where it's captured in other settings. Is this the case? Is this a policy position? Are there gaps in the VNR?
I'm speaking to an audience that understands diplomacy and international negotiations and priorities for government. And so, of course, within the national government, the government itself, you'll find that maybe there are things that the government, as the Kenyan government, has a position on issues of LGBTQ or on positions on trade and others. And so, of course, I'm not part of government, so I can't speak for the government in terms of some of their positions. But for us as civil society, we've always encouraged all groups to come forward to bring their reports, because that's why the civil society report exists. And so one of the challenges, I'll tell you, that we've realized is there's the opportunity, but many groups do not come out. Or maybe they'll come out very late. There's a time that groups come when the report is done, and then they come to you and say, can we have our section included? And we've had a whole 4 months of intense work, and that time you've already moved the report to submission. There's already a process, there's always a roadmap. So mine is to encourage all groups whatever groups that you're working with, and there are many more that have not come forward or are not getting, in this process. It's an open process, it's voluntary, and so how can these groups organize better? So I think the question goes back, because it's a civil society report that opens up to all these issues, whatever, issues that are within the non-state actors, then how can these groups organize better? How can they be part and parcel of this process?
Thank you, Florence, for showing that space that's really playing local level linking to this regional and global level. Another framework that also has opened up that space, Riva, is the terms of reference on fiscal justice and human rights under the UN Tax Convention. To what extent this has been lauded as a win, getting the tax convention to recognize human rights, to deal with some of the issues that you were talking about fair, equitable taxation on the rich, dealing with tax expenditures or exemptions that are very detrimental to the ability of countries to deliver on their human rights commitments. Now, these are regional statutes, and there are local pains. Should we get excited, or is it more paperwork and more fanfare at the expense of real action on the ground? Riva.
Thanks, Wanjiro. Just to give you a bit of history, these initiatives towards international tax cooperation are about 100 years old. So it's been a long time coming. I think the first kind of initiatives were in 1928 with the then League of Nations. And then because of World War II, and then the move from the League of Nations to the United Nations, there was kind of a drop in terms of who would govern tax policy globally. And so the OECD took up that role, and in so doing began to serve, as they would, as any regional body would, serve their interest of their members at the cost of the rest of the world. And so increasingly over the last 20 years, there has been this pushback from civil society. And when I say civil society, I mean also former finance ministers who joined, International Commission for the Reform of International Tax Cooperation, or you have like academics and just a broad range of people who started saying, this is not fair. This is, how do 5 countries be the reason why we lose $500 billion every year? Why can they, and this is, it's equivalent to maybe almost half the health budget of developing countries, about 9% for high-income countries. So there's this recognition that this status quo is not working, and how best can we change that? And so there were proposals by the OECD, but there were also proposals by the Africa Group at the United Nations General Assembly in 2022, who put forward this option of can we have global tax policy happen at the UN? And there were a lot of, naysayers, and through several negotiations, we finally have a terms of reference that says that this should be back at the UN, because the UN was created on the basis of the recognition of the respect and the promotion and the protection of human rights. And I think what's hugely encouraging is that we're looking at, and in the history of human rights and development, they have been, for the most part, separate. I began my work in human rights, and then I moved into development, and now I'm working on human rights and development. But it hasn't been as interrelated as it should be. We have 2 separate processes, for example, on reporting on the status of human rights within the UN Human Rights Council. And yet we have an SDG forum that reports on the Sustainable Development Goals. It's like, why are they not speaking to each other? Why is poverty, or living less than the poverty line, why is that not considered a human rights issue? Why are these not being reported on under the Covenant on Economic and Social Rights, on the Convention Against Discrimination of Women? Why are we not pushing? And so the idea that this can come back to the UN, the idea that we can look at tax justice as a racial justice issue, as a women's rights issue, as a climate justice issue, is now, for the first time in 100 years, really, really at the table. And for someone who's done advocacy for a long time, it's hugely encouraging because it opens the door for other economic justice frameworks to take place at the UN. We see another framework being proposed for the international resolution of debt to happen at the UN, for international development cooperation to happen at the UN. And I think the role that civil society can play is to kind of reframe, again, those narratives that I was talking about. Because when I moved from human rights to development, and I was told that aid or international cooperation, they're pushing for international cooperation, meaning aid. In the tax justice field, it means, can we stop that tax competition of yours? Can we cooperate in that sense? Can we rely on extraterritorial obligations not to minimize another country's ability to generate revenue? So they're not speaking to each other. So the fact that this can happen again at the UN, it's promising. Thank you, Anjira.
Thank you, Riva. So it's promising, and it also shows that the Africa group was able to push a substantive agenda in the international framework. Another substantive push that you've alluded to is the debt, around debt, that the process, there's, I believe, under the UN Pact for the Future and possibly under other frameworks, there is an undertaking to review and revise the global debt or global financial system. And maybe, Ken, you can tell us more about what this means for countries because of the heavy indebtedness. The IMF 2023 estimates that Africa debt to GDP ratio is about 68%. And this has taken a lot of countries into austerity programs, a lot of them IMF imposed. ActionAid estimates that in 2023, again, 19 of 35 of Africa's least developed countries were debt distressed. And this country is in debt distress. We're not an LCD, but so what do we have to look forward to around the proposed changes in this global architecture? Maybe you can help us understand that. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again, 10. I think for me, responding to that question brings back to what Leonard began with, that for a long time economic diplomacy has been within the realm of exports and investments. But investments and exports are for what? They have implications in real lives of people who live in those countries in terms of their ability to afford basic things in life. So when economic policy or decisions are made at country level or are made with pressures from international institutions or international partners, to the extent that they impact the ability of ordinary citizens. I mean, people who work hard in agriculture or in manufacturing or in services sector, to the extent that they cannot afford basic things like health and food, it means then that we have got to insert a conversation in how we relate with other countries around economics, a justice perspective. So you take several examples from the statistics you've talked about. People, for a long time, governments were taking debt, and the process was very opaque. It was left to treasuries or national executives. A lot of ordinary citizens did not know what governments were taking or what decisions they were taking. 10 years, a decade, and those decisions begin to unravel. and they unravel so quickly that people begin to see the government said they took a couple of billions to build a railway line or what. At that point, citizens did not think it's something that really concerned them that much because government was making those decisions on their own. But now they are back to saying we want to pay back that loan, and so we've got to increase this tax here, we've got to reduce our expenditure in this place or the other. Then now it begins to affect the lives of ordinary citizens. So the reason why civil society inserted into these conversations is for that alternative perspective to challenge some of those normalized conversations around those policies. So for instance, in our constitution, the revenues that government gets, there is that preference that first of all you've got to pay debt. You're taking revenues that would have otherwise been spent on things that are important to citizens of that country. But what did the debt help them with, right? So these conversations that civil society is demanding spaces, for instance, in conversations with the World Bank, with the IMF, is introducing or bringing back the people into those discussions, so that the IMF, yes, they will come here and say, we found you already in debt distress, and we are bringing a program on fiscal consolidation to help you with it. But how do the policies that they are getting your government to implement, how do they affect the ordinary citizen? So what I'm trying to say is opening up these spaces and demanding that civil society bring in these alternative perspectives on how we can manage our debt, how we can manage our taxation and all the rest, to me is a very good thing. There was a process, I think during the 2000s, when we basically begged for countries to forgive our debt. A lot of them forgave debt, but we are back to a point where we have problems again with debt, because then the conversations were very opaque and the decisions were being made by. So now the opening up of these conversations means if folks are going to talk about debt, or folks are going to talk about macroeconomic policy in these supranational forums, before, like I said, it should have been ministers or it should have been folks in government. But the fact that we have folks who've done research, who are coming to tell you that we have looked at 4, 5, 6, 7 African countries, these policies that you keep asking African governments to implement are injuring or are hampering their capabilities to sustain their populations. So the fact that we are increasingly using evidence and we are being allowed spaces to present this, well, of course, still, there is still the balance of power is still not there. You'd still be called to New York or to DC or wherever. But most of the time we have these side events at civil society where we beg one IMF guy to come and listen to our research. There's still a lot more to do in claiming those spaces, so that even if you're talking about taxation or you're talking about trade or you're talking about debt, these alternative voices are in there as bona fide voices representing the people, and we've got to fight more for them in what we are calling economic justice diplomacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken, and thank you very much to the panel. I'd like to open up to the floor to take a few questions. I'm sure time is not, I didn't really check when we started, but maybe we can afford to take some 2, 3 questions. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we'll just do one round so that we don't injure time too much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is IRSK from Zambia, University of Zambia in particular. My question is, I'm just wondering, why do you want to take the conversation of debt to the UN? Why not stick it to the IMF or World Bank, and then bring in this aspect of human rights and social justice, so that we hold the responsible, organization to account for these things? Thank you.
And if possible, you can direct your question.
Thank you. Yeah, good morning, everyone, and thank you so very much to this idea of economic diplomacy and how it has functioned over time. And I think the issue of ensuring that there is justice that ought to be included in the conduct of economic diplomacy. I wanted to find out how you connect this phenomenon of global illicit financial flows and its impact vis-a-vis economic diplomacy, especially where foreign policy is concerned, but also the idea that I think we've spent a bit of time on this morning, that of ensuring that there is justice in the conduct of economic diplomacy. My name is Boniface Jembe from the University of Zambia. Thank you.
My name is Dismas Mukua. I've got 22 questions, but I'll ask two. So the first one is to Leonard. You've spoken about economic and tax justice, but who defines economic or tax justice? Is there a universal definition, something like an ISO standard of the definition? And then the second question is to River. So I assume I haven't asked the first question. At what stage does economic or tax injustice serve national interest? Thank you.
My question is to Florence. It's about the SPG Forum. The African Union has its own development agenda, Agenda 2063. One of the criticisms we always do about the African Union is that they are not doing enough, they are not being effective. But as citizens, we do not queries around our own developmental agendas. To what extent do you engage with Agenda 2063 and how do you support that initiative? Thank you.
Thank you to the panelists. My name is Wavinya. I have a Master's of Philosophy in Development Studies and my passion is on politics of money and finance. My question goes to River because I think we converge in terms of understanding the place of finance and development in Africa. And we've seen that capitalism has actually perpetuated violence, economic violence, which sometimes when you talk about violence, you just talk about military violence, physical violence, but we don't see capitalism as a violent status that has created a symmetric relation between the Western and the Southern world. So I would want to know how is Amnesty Kenya trying to match the capital violence that has led to a lot of capital illicit financial flights from the continent to the Western world, vis-a-vis seeing the debt that we owe, the foreign debt. The capital flight will even pay the debt that we owe as a southern continent. So I think that those are the things that we should look on, and also the place of research, especially in Amnesty International, in understanding what role is research doing in enabling capital violence and also imperial pacification. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to the panelists for the insightful discussions. My name is Tamala. I have an interest in climate action and climate diplomacy. Leonard had spoken about bureaucracy in accessing financing. So my question is, how can we break the barriers of bureaucracy to make climate finance more accessible to the youth and local communities in a way that we can progress sustainable development? Thank you.
Thank you for those very insightful questions. I think some were directed.
And then some were not. So I'll ask Riva to go first, then Florence, then Leonard, and then Ken may wish to add in. Riva, some of the questions directed at you, and you can feel free to also pass on a question if you...
Yeah, thank you. So my understanding of the idea around taking debt resolution to the UN is because at the moment you have multilateral, bilateral, and private creditors. And the only, or at least one of the proposed ways of getting them all in the room is at the UN. Otherwise, resolutions, negotiations will happen outside. And at least if it's at the UN, there's a space where certain standards and human rights standards can be met, you know? So, you know, we know in public finance, one of the first rules is you pay your debt first, right? But in the human rights world, the idea is you should have progressive realization of rights. So if you spent 10% of your budget on health, you shouldn't retrogress, you know? That those minimum core obligations to realize maternal health care, universal primary health care, shouldn't be eroded by your debt outside. So it's the idea of trying to merge or to intersect these two ideas of responsibilities, but also responsibilities to human beings. Because at the end of the day, as it Sankara said, if we pay debt, we will die. But they won't die. The creditors won't die. So it's a matter of, like this new report Christian Aid said, of being between life and debt and death. So that's about the UN instead of the IMF. And then secondly, in terms around economic diplomacy, mass of justice, and illicit financial flows, this is exactly why I was talking about this disconnect between human rights and development. So the SDGs was the first time illicit financial flows were actually recognized in SDG indicator 16.4. But it was lumped with also illicit arms flows. So it means that the recognition of illicit financial flows is still considered a matter of illegality as opposed to illicit. What is encouraging is now we have moved from, again, this issue about narratives, talking about capital flight, and now moving to illicit financial flows, which recognizes the agency of countries in being responsible for stemming IFFs, but then also multinationals and other wealthy individuals of stemming IFFs. So it's not a matter of this amorphous IFS happening. No, there are specific ultra-high net worth individuals who are avoiding taxation, and likewise multinationals. And the recognition of the illicit element, that it's not just about being tax compliant, it's about being tax responsible. If you make use of all your legal loopholes by, you know, setting up offshore companies where you can route your money, where you can route your profits, you minimize your liability, you maximize your profits and minimize your liabilities. That's the biggest problem that we've been dealing with. You know, in the 40s, we only had about a couple of hundred multinationals, and now we have over 900,000, which serve no other purpose than to be letterbox companies, just to reroute money. We saw this in the Panama Papers, the Paradise Papers, the Lux Leaks. They serve no other purpose than to minimize tax liabilities. So the fact that you pay about 30, is it between about on average 30% depending on your income. In addition, you also pay 16% of VAT and other excise duties and everything else. And Google and Microsoft and Apple pay on average 0.05% net. I mean, in effect, is grossly inadequate, and that's the problem, and that's why we're pushing for things at the UN, because that's the only international multilateral platform that can actually push for things from a human rights lens. And it's not a matter of benevolence, it's a justice issue. So making use of things like the UN Guiding Principles for Business and Human Rights, moving them from being guidance to being actually binding, making sure that companies actually undergo human rights due diligence in their supply chains, in all their activities, moving from just being compliant in terms of being black letter, yes or no, am I paying my taxes, to making sure, are you actually being responsible with your taxes when you decide to set up a subsidiary in Mauritius or not. So linking the question on linking national to international tax justice, the UK, we live in a global economy, and it's difficult to differentiate ourselves. You know, when we decided on Reaganomics, liberal economics in the 80s, it affected the rest of the world. When we liberalized our trade, it affected the rest of the world. It affected infant industries, and it continues to do so today. So we don't work in isolation. Neither can we live in protectionist economies and say we're not going to trade with anyone else, because everybody has something that someone else wants. And so this is huge need for international cooperation, and to understand similar to the messaging around international climate justice. We all have responsibilities, but they're differentiated. So we all have needs and we all have different capacities. And that's why there's a need for us to really, truly cooperate. And the last one about the politics of finance and money, absolutely, absolutely. I think, you know, protest is your least, it's your last form of expression. If you're going to Parliament and you're making submissions, if you're voting, in all the ways that you can participate publicly, protest, and even violent protest, is your last means of expression. It means you've tried every other avenue. So for us to get to the protest that we did is an expression of the fact that we submitted over thousands of submissions on the finance bill, and yet it didn't achieve what we wanted it to achieve. We went to court about it. Again, it delayed. Some things happened, some things didn't. And so I think protest is one of those integral human rights. So in terms of what Amnesty International is doing, that is one of the important, one of the things that we work to protect, the right to protest. We documented disappearances, we documented violence, we document of use of excessive force. And we were part of the coalition, the Okoa Chumi coalition, that made submissions to Parliament, that also went to court on the case, and has tried to document the impact of the finance bill, but also on the excessive use of force, so that we can get some kind of justice for those who went on the streets. I hope that answers my question. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Riva. Florence, and then we'll come to you, Leonard.
Thank you very much. I think there was a lot of questions on economic diplomacy, justice, economic justice, human rights, climate justice. This morning when I was preparing, I saw a statement that made some sense or makes sense from where I sit, and I'll explain this. It says, the main principle of economic justice include universal basic income, income equality by gender, race, and equal opportunities for employment and credit. And for me, this is what we need to be doing as Africa. You know, of course we know. I know there's always conversations about what should Africa be doing, what prevents Africa from making progress in some of these very critical areas. And so, I'm from the school of thought. And this is why I do what I do. For a very long time, there's a period where I was involved in a lot of conversations in the region, in the global level. And then I realized sometimes there's a lot of talk, and yet we don't go down to make the actual change or the investments. And so then how do we move from the actual talk, even if it's on issues of economic justice, how do we start seeing more investments in terms of young people getting jobs, be it through climate action, climate justice, so many opportunities that African countries can invest in. How do we see manufacturing, take off in some of our wards or counties, whatever you call it, the subnational level? How do we continuously have the accountability processes that lack in many and most of our governments? And that's what the problem is at. Yeah, and so for me, it's more and more about getting realistic, but also having sustainable processes that can speak not only just for what we do, but also we can make sure that we're not leaving anyone behind in terms of the communities. And then on the question on the Agenda 2063, when we started off initially, and you can still also find this on our website, we did an analysis between the 2030 Agenda, Agenda 2063, and the Vision 2030 for Kenya, just to showcase or to try and find out the three agendas that the government of Kenya is utilizing in terms of the county development progress and CIDP's annual development reports and so forth. And so one of the things that I've observed, and this is just my personal observation, having or been part and parcel of this particular process, is, and I hope there may be people from the African Union or the regional bodies who could take this also as a recommendation, is when we do not have deliberate investment sometimes, especially at country level, that can propel the agenda, even if it's on reporting, even if it's on what investments are being done, because I know there are investments, but many times these are left by, to the government. And so that's ensuring that now other non-state actors sometimes are aware is totally a whole, process, or something that many people are not sometimes able to do. And so then the question here is, how do we ensure that even when the government say they're prioritizing on both agendas or on all agendas, how can we monitor, for example, this Agenda 2063? Because of course the SDG process has a very clear monitoring process, but in the Agenda 2063, I know there are attempts, or there's already how this needs to be monitored, but if you come to many country level processes, you will not see a deliberate process within the Agenda 2063, and yet it's the African agenda. It's very unfortunate, and I keep asking the question, how can we move in a better direction? How can we ensure that people don't take these agendas as separate agendas? It's one and the same. It's more about what Africa prioritizes and how it's prioritizing on it, and what the world is prioritizing, and how to leverage on these partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Leonard.
Thank you. I'll start by just a brief kind of reiteration of what Riva had pointed out, just to simplify. In regional integration, we talk of the spaghetti ball effect, where you are in so many of these regional organizations. But in the sense of debt, you realize in the idea being you're also in a spaghetti ball of debt, being strangled on many levels, bilateral, multilateral, and even commercial. Now, if we are taking debt for development, and you are having all these challenges where, because it's a different organization, your development meaning is changed on the reason you took the debt, the forum of the UN kind of provides a representative space where even those organizations can come in there and you figure out how to make the necessary revisions. And that's just a simplified thinking about that question. To the question about the global question of IFFs, you have to understand the global financial architecture has put a lot of African countries in a situation where money leaves the country legally, even as you have money leaving in terms of corruption or in terms of wastage. And so when we go in to look at reforming the global financial architecture, you begin addressing all these forms, from corruption to wastage to actual tax avoidance. Because through clever trickery within the treaties, within diplomatic power relations, companies find ways to then take advantage, and criminals take ways the same way, even sponsoring conflicts and so on and so forth, and even down to just standards of practice in budget making and so forth. And so when we talk about that global financial architecture, standard setting and so forth, then we begin to address those challenges from those different levels. To the question raised by Dismas on tax justice, it's what is the problem you're curing? The problem we are curing is inequality. Inequality has various manifestations, geographical, economic, income. But in focusing on taxation, tax inequality results in tax injustice. The injustice being you can collect taxes in such a way that the inequality does not stop. I don't need to say more once I mention the questions of your paychecks and what has been happening in Kenya. That is deliberate inequality. You don't feel the social mobility, you don't feel the progress in your life, you don't see the changes in your community. So that injustice, and it's a question of addressing injustice in the collection alone, at your personal level vis-a-vis other entities. So there are instances you find companies are paying almost 0.5%, as she had pointed out, because they've structured themselves very cleverly. But you as an individual, with your income, cannot evade the government. So we need to look at those injustices. And the national interest in this whole debate is that by figuring out those injustices and rectifying them, we will have enough revenues to be self-sustainable as countries. Because the end game is to stop the dependency. Because we understand and we believe that African countries and African people have the capacity for self-sufficiency. And in closing, I think it's Tamala, on the question of climate financing. And this is what I was referring to about simplifying and contextualizing things. When we look at the human rights-based approach, it has 5 principles. When we talk of climate financing, we want to participate. That's one principle. We want to be aware. What aspect of climate financing are we doing? There has to be the principle of non-discrimination, empowerment, and legitimacy. Legitimacy, the rule of law must be followed. Non-discrimination, the question of fairness. But now, to your question in particular, you want to access climate financing because you want to empower yourself. That principle of empowerment is the applicability in terms of access. When we are speaking of that is how it then clicks. You're accessing to empower. How are you empowering yourself? Probably it's business. Probably it's environmental correction. That will be determined by you, but that is how the human rights-based approach becomes applicable on a case-by-case or a pillar linkage and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken, as you give your final remarks, because we are out of time and you'll be having the last word, I'll ask you to also apply yourself to this question. Is development, is economic diplomacy working? And what more can be done to build that political accountability? Because we are hearing, we've managed to get around the table, which is great. We are hearing that the problems and challenges have been framed, but perhaps you can help us speak into more of strategies and forward-looking resolutions. And if there's any other matter that really touched on you wanted to add on to, you can, as the final word for the session.
All right, thank you very much once again. I think I wanted to respond to Boniface and Dismas and Evans. First of all, on the question on economic diplomacy in the context of illicit financial flows. And I wanted to look at it from the mineral resources sector, because you're from Zambia and there's several Southern African countries that should be developing from mineral resources. Like Leonard has already indicated, and I think River as well, the mining corporations that are taking away revenues from our countries have figured out how to get them out legally. And so what can we do then as African states to prevent this from happening, right? So the African Union has something called the African Mining Vision. And in there are specific elements talking about mineral resource governance and also talking about how states can cooperate on issues to reduce such kind of illicit financial flows. One instance is on incentives. There's this thing we call the race to the bottom. Everyone is trying to reduce the tax obligations for these folks because they think they are bringing in investments. But in essence, they are just trying to play us all. And so where economic diplomacy now works in is how do these African countries sit together? We are all brothers. We talk about Ubuntu and all this stuff. And we sit at the AU going to have some basic standards? Are we going to have, guidelines on how we work on things like tax incentives or double taxation agreements or all this? So I think there's a lot of space for economic diplomacy to help there. And also broadly still on the mining sector. A lot of the things we want to do, we cannot do alone as states, one single country, for instance. If you want to match the way the other countries, Australia, Canada, the ones in Europe, are enjoying the benefits of them, we need a regional or continental approach. So that we have regional infrastructure that's transporting, the ore from country X to another, and stuff like that. On the question from Dismas about economic justice, for me, I look at it from the concept of the social contract. I mean, all of us, like they say in this concept, that in our natural context, we just beat each other until the guy who can take the most. But we decided to live in this civil society where we are giving our power to government so that government can bring back particular benefits to us. So if I am paying tax, but the tax is not doing what it's supposed to do, then we need to have that conversation. So I'll stop there for the interest of time, and thank you very much for this conversation.
Thank you very much, and sorry to rush you, but we are out of time. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on a broad issue and bringing out those specific opportunities, those gains, those opportunities and imperatives. Thank you for your attention. We've been told that it's important to be around the table, and we have, through the efforts of civil society, evidence-based advocacy, civil society has been able to get around the table and is hopefully representing citizens by collecting evidence from the ground into the discussions. We've been told there is a need to get organized. Civil society needs to get better organized, and these are some of the lessons learned. Pick up the best practices that have come across the way and use those. It's important to anchor in the African agenda, so that we don't lose out and work in frameworks while ignoring the AFTA and the AU 2063 agenda. It's important to use different approaches, including protest. There's a space for protest. So we need to keep fighting to protect the civic space, because after the diplomacy ends, we get to the street diplomacy, which is very important. And there are other forms of protest that can be brought to bear. We've also been told that African countries need to work together to agree so that they can negotiate as a bloc to protect themselves and avoid the race to the bottom, in which everyone uses. Many other ideas have come through and suggestions. We continue this work, we continue reinforcing each other, and thank you so much to the IRSK for bringing us together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kindly, have a seat. I have something for you, then we'll do a photo session here and proceed. To the rest, thank you for your patience. Let's take a break. Tea break, juice, something. 20 minutes. You can carry whatever you're having and come with it to the room so we can start the next session. Asanteni sana. Photographers? A bit of music? Thank you. No. This session is going to be amazing. Fatigue, eh? Okay. You're looking for a way we pay your spa. We will not. All right, let's settle in. Anybody else who's outside, tell them they don't want to miss this session. It's the youth that want to speak. It's the who? Where are the youth in here? No, youth begins at 40. You know? Dr. You're here. Yes. The youth? Young at heart? Oh, yeah. Fellow age mates? Yes. You give somebody a date, you say between 8 p.m. 7:30, you select. Age mates. Yeah? Millennials. I feel you. No, I am, because we don't need to vote. They said they'll take us for a holiday. We just keep our IDs. So I'm just reminding you guys that our holiday is coming soon. Okay, well energized. One thing, there's been a bit of murmuring from the youth. And they're like, why are we last? Hey, Mariam Makeba, I love your hair. Welcome. I know, right? So the youth have been murmuring the whole ways when we're having tea. Why are we last? Thank you, sir. It's like you're part of the youth. Put your hands together. The ambassador was here. Diplomats. We should have been fast. And I have a message for them. This particular session was saved for the last because it's the best. Okay. Youth from before. Thank you. This is about the youth of Africa. This is about COMESA and every other thing that we have discussed here. That is why you are last. We have talked about energy, opportunities, private sector, life abroad, immigration, jobs, FDIs, you name it. For every other thing that we've discussed since we started to happen, we need to engage the youth. Otherwise, this is going to be an exercise in futility. Don't you all agree? Do I get a yes? Do I get a yes? Good. The youth are not only good for doing what we enjoyed recently. They were the voice, they went to the forefront. They spoke, they were strong. And we, the others, were just behind like, yeah, you're doing well. Go. If they arrest you, we'll come. We'll be there. Their voices were up there. No matter the cost, whatever it was going to cost them, whatever it was going to take, the youth wanted to be heard. And this particular session, we're going to be keen. We're going to listen to them. The narrative of the youth are the leaders of tomorrow. People have to change that. These people want to lead us from now to Kisonga. The youth, are we together? Yes. From now on, I'm your spokesperson. And they will pay me. They're okay. Are the youth okay with what I just said? Look at millennials now trying to take my job. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our moderator for this session. She's a young diplomat. She's a student. It's her final year. And she's pursuing international relations at IRSK, and she told me specifically to say the University of Nairobi. Then she just reminded me that some of us were like, I went to Nairobi University. That one is in your village. Nairobi University is your own. The University of Nairobi. And Dr. Sabala was next to her and high-fived, and I'm like, why? Asu went to school in the village. These ones have just finished me. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Eunice Wabuda. Karibu sana, makofi iendelee. Unasikia young diplomat, eh? Yes. Awesome. Karibu. Thank you, darling. For once, I got a hug.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, our super MC. You were really talented. You're doing an amazing job. I've been well introduced. I wouldn't add a thing on that. It's an honor and privilege to be the moderator of this panel that will discuss youth agency and voice in democratic governance, peace and security across Africa and in the COMESA region. As the majority population of our region, young people hold immense potential to reshape governance, foster peace, and secure a more inclusive future. However, this potential remains underutilized. Due to a lot of issues, there are systematic barriers and persistent exclusion of youth to actively participate in this kind of conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, this conversation, before we dive deep into this conversation, I would introduce our discussant, who is George Ngoha. He will come in front. And then after that, I will introduce my panelists, and then we will kick off this conversation. So at this time, I will introduce George Ngoha. George Ngoha, he's an affiliated with the University of Nairobi, Department of Diplomacy, as the MC said earlier, and is also an independent researcher focusing on peace and conflict. George, kindly come on stage. A round of applause for George.
Thank you, Auda. You're welcome. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Is it morning or afternoon now? Let's take a quick check. We were supposed to start in the morning this session, but I'll go right into it. Just a few statistics and a few questions to everyone in the room. Africa. What do you know about Africa and the youth in Africa? And when we say the youth in Africa, what do you see? Do you see problems? Do you see, victims? Or do you see tools of war, tools of anarchy? What do you see? Evans, what do you see when you hear about youth on the continent? Gangs. Who else has another version of, what do you hear about? Yeah. Potential. Very powerful. Who else? About youth. Anguka nayo. We'll get to that very shortly. But the statistics are clear. You know, in this room, we are not short of people with knowledge. And statistics is key. Evidence drives everything that we do. And if you thought that the youth are ignorant and don't know these things, I mean, within COMESA region, there is a country here that has brought lessons. And we say these are lessons from the South. There are good lessons on governance. These are youth that, without resources, you know, civil society was here and telling us we want to strengthen the place of civil society in the society in trying to bring and fight for African agency. But the youth in one of these COMESA countries showed us that even with zero resources in terms of finance, but with the digital and technological opportunities that we have, they were able to, one, organize very quickly, and two, mobilize very quickly. Now, something that took the ruling elites by surprise. They were shocked. How did these youth mobilize and organize? And in one morning, we had over, I think, 10,000 youth. And they marched to that house. It's called the House of the People. I mean, rightfully. I mean, they wanted to have a conversation with those guys in those houses, but the guys ran away. But the thing is about youth agency, youth voice. And what does that mean? 70% on this continent, youth. We've heard about energy, we've heard about foreign direct investments. We've talked about all these things, about innovations and all that. But where is the place of the youth in all this discourse? And most of the times, the ministries in our different countries, especially within the COMESA region, who are the ministers of youth? Who is the minister of youth in your country? Yeah? Yeah, I mean, I won't name names, but those are the pertinent questions we need to ask ourselves, all right? So I have 3 things that I want to introduce to us this afternoon. One is about tables. People have talked about tables here. Oh, we need to be brought to the table. Whose table? Whose table is this? And another following question is, who defines what this table is? And who defines just how adequate the table is? Is it long enough to have all of us, to take all of us? Or is it just excluded to the little political elites? The second is tokenism. We tick the box. COMESA mentioned it when she opened. There were mamas. And of course, there is always this question. We are very direct. Why are we last? And we posed this to the chair of the conference. Why are we last? And he said, there is a special place reserved. Because all the discourse that we are going to have, that we've had in the past 2 days, they are anchored on the youth. Youth is a big pillar on this continent, and you cannot avoid to take them seriously. The other thing that I want to talk about is about narratives. And she's talked about the narratives. Youth are the leaders of tomorrow. When is tomorrow coming? When is tomorrow? Do you know about tomorrow? Nobody has a future prediction of tomorrow. We are in the precipice of a nuclear war right now. There's volatility globally. What if that happens? And then there's no tomorrow. So what is the place of the youth? You know? The time is now. And the other thing is about integration, and this is what this conference is trying to talk about, to tackle. You know? Integration. We are trying to foster integration and cooperation within COMESA. How is that possible? With all these policies that push exclusionary, practices. Workforce mobility, labor mobility even within COMESA or within Africa. Can you leave from your country and work in another country comfortably? Is it possible? Is it even working? So there are issues we need to tackle. We need to address the issues of those frameworks that are there. We've talked about them. We have so many frameworks on youth on this continent, from the AU to COMESA to country level. But do these frameworks work? Are they adequate? So those are some of the questions that we need to ask. And again, in trying to talk about the voice and agency of youth, yesterday we had a session on Africa agency. And the panelists were very, from the professors that we had here, some in Australia, and they talked about African agency. And one question we posed to them, can there be an African agency without youth agency? This is the biggest demographic, over 60%, and you're leaving them behind. Or are we? So that's a question for us. We need to look at that. And even as the panelists are coming, to take their seats, one of the things that we agree is that the youth are very crucial, especially when you talk about Africa, when you talk about development, when you talk about sustainability leadership. But one of the main thing about this conference, as last year, you cannot come here and go empty. If there's one thing, at least one thing you should take from this conference, and especially from this small sub-region, is that youth voices matter. And with this panel, you learn that when we come and present our memos, when we present our views, and you put them aside, as COMESA said, there are other avenues. We protest. The streets are not, nobody has a monopoly of the streets. We come to the streets. That is a way of engaging, but that shouldn't be the way. Let us open the spaces for this youth to be there. Mentor us. Now, this session is about mentorship, including how you will participate, the questions you will ask, and your attention. So thank you very much, and as we prepare for that, I'll hand it back to Awuda. I hope we'll have a good engagement and good discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, George, for opening our discussion. That was very, very, very heavy. At this point, I want to truly agree that indeed The role of youth is pivotal, not just as for future leaders, but as active participants in shaping societies today. Without further ado, allow me to introduce our panelists. Edgar Mkala, please come up on stage. Thank you. Edgar Mkala is a youth leader in Africa. He represents the youth in the International Conference on the Great Lakes region. Thank you very much, Edgar, for being with us today. Next on stage, we have Wambui Gashihi. Please come up on stage. Wambui is a fresh graduate, the field of international relations from Catholic University of Eastern Africa. She is also the vice chair for the International Relations Student Association of Kenya. Thank you for being with us here today, Wambui. And then, thank you. We also have Byron Osumba, who is joining our panelists. Byron Osumba, kindly. Byron Osumba, he's an information management and outreach intern at UNEP. Thank you for joining, Byron. And then we have Judy Mbugua. Please come up on stage. Judy Mbugua is doing an amazing job at the IRSK. She's the Communications and Media Relations Associate at IRSK. Then we have Esther Nambuye. Where are you, Esther? Esther is an independent researcher and consultant. Thank you for joining, Esther, our panelist.
All right, and finally we have the moderator. As they are standing, I told you the youth don't come quiet. Remember that bit? Yeah? The youth come with force. This has to make you remember that they were here, they represented, and they spoke. DJ, to the front. Oh, they're not ready, they're not ready. Do we do this or do we sit? DJ, take it down. We do this, eh? Yes. DJ, patia watu maneno yao. Tupatie volume.
Tukate call niko chomba ya G, mimi najua utakuwa ilizo release. Acha nikushow kwanza form ya Diton, nishashika mpoa na twende chini kwa chini hadi na mimi. Sasa tunasikiza shit city, tuna feel free. Take a video na post pale NGC. Jina ni Kantel Kurapsi ni talent G. Anguka na check it. Anguka na twende down low na stand up to your feet mikono juu alafu
Anguka nayo.
Awesome.
Thank you very much. Once again, just by show of hands, let me acknowledge the presence of youth in the room. Just by show of hands. Wow, what a time to be youth. Thank you very much for being with us here today. You're welcome. So at this point, I'll give each of our panelists a minute or two to speak briefly about our topic. So I'll start with my far end, Edgar, and then we will follow in that order.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon once more. I need energy. Good afternoon. So yeah, my name is Edgar Mkala, and I am a youth leader from Kenya. And I'm a person who's passionate about the economic empowerment of the youth, and I'm also an advocate of peace and security. I'm going to talk about the role of the private sector and regional economic communities in empowering the youth. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Edgar.
Good afternoon. My name is Wambui Gashihi. Today I'll be talking about the rise of youth online activism, a trend that we've seen lately with the Israel-Palestine war, with the crisis in Congo, with the war in Sudan, and lately here in Kenya with femicide and with the finance bill. I'll be delving into how we can integrate this online activism and translate it into actionable things that we can do on the ground. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Byron Osumba, and as Wawuda said, that I am an information management and outreach intern at UNEP. And my discussion, or my part of discussion today, I'll be talking about digital democracy and advocacy and what it means to the youth today. And also I'll be looking at digital divide and the opportunities, digital opportunities that the youths can be able to venture in. Thank you.
Thank you, Byron. Yes, Esther.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm Esther Nambuye, an independent researcher, and I'm here today to discuss about the youth policies and frameworks. And I'm really excited to engage and listen to your perspectives on whether these frameworks have been really effective in addressing our issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Judy, please.
Good afternoon. So my name is Judy Mbogwa, the Media and Communications Relations Assistant at IRSK. So I will be talking about youth involvement in peace and security issues, of course in light with the kind of challenges that we are currently experiencing at the regional, continental, and even global level. Thank you.
Thank you very much for making time and being here with us today. So for the interest of time, I'll just go straight to the questions to our panelists, and then after that we will pick few questions from you, Q&A, and then we will wrap it up. So Esther, this is for you. You're opening up the floor for us for these great conversations that we are about to kick off. Given the current landscape of youth policy frameworks, do you believe that they are adequately designed to tackle the unique challenges that are being faced by youth in the COMESA region today?
Okay, thank you for that, Rauda. So my answer is a yes or no answer. I'm saying yes because I think there is great potential. We've seen policies across the region, starting from the AU Charter, the IGAD Youth Policy, the EAC Youth Policy, and the COMESA Youth Program that have been very foundational in guiding or supporting policies that seek to address our issues. And key point on the COMESA youth program, we've seen that they've been really big on collaboration and partnerships with various stakeholders, and have established strategies or rather structures such as the COMESA Youth Advisory Panel in 2021 that was mandated really to guide and advise the COMESA Council of Ministers on issues affecting the youth. And this is quite important, and they've done a lot of things which I think is very pertinent. However, there's a lot of inconsistencies going on from country to country, matters regarding they struggle really regarding resources. There's mismanagement of resources, among other things, of which they've made these policies rather ineffective in dealing with issues such as rising unemployment. There's disillusionment among the youth, there's lack of trust in institutions. So I really do wonder, are they really, really effective? Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Thank you for answering that perfectly. And this is just a follow-up to that so that you can add more value to it. What are the specific improvements that can be made to enhance their effectiveness and efficiency? If you can unpack that for us kindly.
Okay, thank you for that. So first, I do believe we should prioritize inter-country collaboration among the youth and policymakers within the region. So this will help youth policymakers learn from one another, learn best practices from one another, see what other youths are doing, learn from successes, learn from their failures, and learn from the mistakes, and make sure that the initiatives or initiatives that are coming up with, they really respond to the challenges we face. And second, I think we should tailor skill building programs to respond to the issues, to respond to the really the economic realities of the region, which in our case is agriculture. And I will tie this to strategic planning. We should be included, rather meaningfully and directly included in strategic planning to improve and learn how we can improve agricultural systems, and this will help in promoting job creations. Youth will be able to see opportunities within agriculture and enable business development within agriculture. And as this goes on, another important aspect that will come up is there will be increase in food production, which will improve food security within the region. And another thing is that people will be able to get the nutrients needed within the food and they will be healthy, of course, because they're getting the nutrients that they need. And this will give people the zeal to continue to commit and work to improve the situations that they're facing. And this is why I really do believe in the saying that a healthy nation is a wealthy nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very well said. A round of applause for our great panelists there. Thank you. So this is for you, Wambui. In the context of fostering integration and cooperation within the COMESA region, how can young people harness their unique perspectives and use digital tools to drive both online activism and tangible systematic change in their communities?
Thank you, Eunice. The one advantage I think I'd say the youth we have compared to other generations is we have internet and interconnectedness that has not been in existence before. We can leverage these to advocate and consistently raise awareness on issues that are affecting the youth and also our region, the COMESA region. Issues like social justice, environmental sustainability, sustainable agriculture, food and security, and most importantly, why we're here, youth empowerment. We could actively engage with regional bodies like COMESA to advocate for youth-led policies, as well as initiatives that is doing business across the region. Because right now, as it is, it's not as easy as we'd like to move from one country to another. It's a little bit hectic than we'd prefer for it to be. This ease of doing business across the region would encourage the youth to maybe invest in digital startups and digital innovation to create startups that address issues that are affecting us. Like I said, digital startups that are started by the youth could address issues that we've had since I can remember. Floods come, drought comes, and we still suffer at the end of the day. Some of these things, if we could come together as the youth in our region, using digital technology, we can come together and scale our local solutions to solve our regional problems. Also, we could encourage cross-border collaboration to create a sense of regional solidarity. With a sense of regional solidarity, we can talk about the problems that we have, and we could engage and share best practices, and this way we can collaborate in integrating our continent and COMESA region by solving the problems that we know we all have together. Thank you.
Wow, very well said. Give it up for Wambui. Amazing, amazing. Byron, would you kindly unpack to us what digital democracy and advocacy is and what it means to the youth today in the COMESA region and Africa at large?
Thank you. So what comes to your mind first when you hear the word democracy? To me, governance comes to mind. And on that, we see leadership also coming in place. So democracy, because obviously we cannot lead ourselves, that is anarchy, governance will be able to offer us leadership. And now we're looking at it to a point of governments will be dealing with the issues that we are having at large as a society, as a community here. But then again, now we find that we do have issues that the government are not solving, and there comes advocacy. Now, advocacy, we have the civil societies, and they tend to bring people together to participate on the issues that the government is not dealing with. Now, that will now bring me to what digital democracy and advocacy is. So digital democracy and advocacy is the use of digital technologies to promote and protect democratic values and principles. So what are these values and principles? We can say it is participation, Number 2 is equality. Number 3 is accountability, transparency, political tolerance. There's so many. But then again, we will look at them on how it matters, because to the youth, this online activism and social media campaign basically gives them a platform where they can air their issues and be able to discuss them. Now, a member state of COMESA, yeah, as George said, came together. There was no funding. They decided to discuss issues that were affecting them. And that was 1, corruption. Number 2 is the punitive finance bill that was there. And they came together and said, this is how we have to understand. So what are the tax regimes that we're having currently? How punitive are they to us as the youths? Now, they came together, shared ideas. We had lawyers in those conversations talking about the bill itself and what the Constitution means about that bill. And then again, we had doctors talking about issues affecting them through that bill. We had nurses there. We had everybody from all social work life talking about something, and it brought everybody together. Now that is digital democracy and advocacy. What does it mean to the youths today? It offers, like I said, a platform, and this platform helps them connect with like-minded individuals around the world. And another one is they share information and ideas, and the other one is mobilize for social change. But then again, we should look at it from this point of view. A coin has 2 sides. In as much as we have benefits from digital democracy and advocacy, we also have challenges. Now, the challenges in this perspective, I would say, is the restriction on their access to information and freedom of expression. This is quite clear. If you're from Kenya, you do understand that after the occurrences of the 25th of June, the communication was cut. It is quite clear that we were not able to access information. So that is now a challenge we need to look at. Thank you, Awuda.
Thank you very much, Byron. Thank you for unpacking that for us. Now let's get into security space, and this is for you, Judy. Talk to us about youth involvement in security sector reform within the COMESA. How can this involvement be strategically enhanced to not only address existing gaps in the security governance, but to also foster deeper regional integration, while of course mitigating the risks of marginalization and unrest?
Okay, thank you for that. So I think the much touted African demographic dividend has arrived. I mean, we're talking about over 40% of the total global youth population being African by 2030. And there has been quite a number of research in terms of the economic dividend that this means for the African continent, but not so much in terms of the peace and security dividend that awaits to be unlocked, only if we can move away from viewing young people as a problem to be solved, but as potential partners in peace and security issues. And I know there are quite a number of frameworks and efforts to mainstream youth issues in peace and security issues at the global level, continental, and even regional levels, including the United Nations Resolution 2250, which speaks to the importance of including young people in these processes. But we find that there is either lack of political will in terms of implementing these frameworks. There is also the fact that these issues don't move beyond the rhetoric. And when there is involvement of young people, it is oftenly on a tokenistic basis, right? We just want to ensure that we are filling certain quotas. And so there is therefore the question of what does meaningful political involvement of young people mean? And I think some of the barriers that limit young people's involvement in these issues is one, stereotypes, right? There's this stereotype that young people are inexperienced, they are ignorant, and they cannot contribute meaningfully to peace and security issues. And I think we need to move away from that. And one way we can do that is through intergenerational dialogues, right? Bringing young people and experienced people in peace and security issues to talk about these issues. And there we're going to have mentorship of young people. And we're also going to challenge young people, in terms of reimagining what contributions they can make towards peace and security issues. Another challenge is the lack of coordination in some of these frameworks that we're talking about. Quite a number of national youth policies have emerged, right? And they are emerging, and these issues are mainly discussed in youth ministries, right? And this does not include various issues that we would want to be involved in. So youth issues are viewed as issues to do with education, issues to do with healthcare, employment, but peace and security issues are not viewed as issues that young people could participate in. So there is the need for interministerial conversations, and I think we've seen such initiatives within COMESA, bringing different people from different ministries together, including the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Defense, and this is very instrumental in terms of mainstreaming and making these people understand, right, what it is that we want in terms of driving this agenda. The other issue is limited access to education within the African continent and even in COMESA, right? We are very lucky and privileged here to have access to education, but this is not the case in rural areas or in impoverished areas or in areas where we have conflict. So it is very important for us to have these issues because issues of security sector reforms need people to be educated about their rights. What do you expect from these security institutions, right? You also need education in terms of human rights, right? And this is not the case. So we need policies at the national, regional, continental level to ensure that we have access to education. And we also, I think, need to ensure that we are teaching people, young people, about peace and security issues from the very beginning. And I think once we do that, in recognition of the fact that these challenges are transboundary in nature within the regional, within the context of integration and cooperation, I think that will be very instrumental in terms of ensuring that we're not leaving anyone behind, because regional integration is pegged on that idea, not leaving anybody behind. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. Very informed. Thank you. Edgar, what do you think is the role of private sector in this discourse of youth?
Thank you for your question. So I think the private sector plays a significant role in empowering the young people by addressing challenges such as unemployment, capital access, and the skill gaps. So I'm going to give you a few examples. In Africa, we have a company called it's a German company called Siemens Stiftung, and it has a program here in Kenya called the Way to Program, which is currently being implemented here in our country. And through this program, they train the young people in, they give practical training to young people on green technologies, and also in the sector of the renewable energy. And through this training, they empower the youth by preparing them for the 21st century job market. Another organization is the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which continues to support young Africans by providing mentorship and training to them on matters to do with business and entrepreneurship. But I think that they can do better. Like on Wednesday, Dr. Ita mentioned about how certain organizations are not willing to support certain empowerment programs, and I think that players from the private sector need to need to realize the full potential of these youth empowerment programs. They need to commit more resources to programs, especially the ones which revolve around poverty reduction and programs which revolve around peace and security. They need to bridge the urban-rural divide by bringing training and resources closer and closer to more and more underserved communities in our continent. Financial institutions need to come up with youth-friendly financial products, such as grants and microloans, which can encourage young people to venture into businesses, and eventually this will support and grow our economies. I think if they support these initiatives, these empowerment programs, they can collectively create a brighter future for young people here in our continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edgar. Let's now touch a little bit about digital divide. And Byron, you could tell us the primary factors that are currently contributing to the digital divide in Africa, particularly in the COMESA region.
Thank you. When we look at digital divide, we do understand that, okay, Africa is a developing country, a continent, sorry. We are not there yet in terms of countries like China, USA, Russia, and all. Now, why are we having these issues? It's because maybe we have factors that promote this divide. And one of them is digital literacy, and the other one is government policies and regulations, and the other one is infrastructure. So I'll start with infrastructure. Your name? Edgar. So Edgar said that there's a rural-urban divide, and that is quite true. As an African, I am here in Nairobi. This is an urban area. It's a cosmopolitan. But when I go back home, it is rural, and I do face a challenge as a youth. If I want to converse with my friends or hold discussions with people, connection is a problem. And why is it a problem? Because when I'm in Nairobi, it is 5G. And when I go to Kisumu, it is 3G. Yeah? So why is it like that? Why are we not having a stable connection? Why is it not 5G everywhere? It is because of the infrastructure. And now that we see it as a problem because we have not adequately invested in our technological infrastructure. That is one issue. And it leads me now to the next point, and that is government policies and regulations. Now, policies and regulations do have an impact on our infrastructure, because now the government will say that for you to buy a phone, the person importing that phone has to pay taxes. Yeah? And now he has paid his dues, he has gone and sold you the phone. Now you have a phone, some people say that they have gadgets, devices, because it's not just a phone, very expensive, devices. But now you've bought it, and I'm in Kisumu. Now I cannot access internet, quality internet. The government collected its tax. Why am I not accessing quality internet? Because quality internet means a lot of things. One, I can work remotely. Two, I can be able to connect vastly. And three, I am able to do everything at one location. Yeah? So why are we not having this quality? Corruption comes in play. Now, we are looking at a situation where very few people enrich themselves, and they ensure that their own friends and families benefit from the taxes Kenyans pay. And even, it's not only in Kenya, but other member states in COMESA do face the same problem. Now, corruption is an issue. Another one is the regulations. Why are you cutting off internet? Or why are you regulating people to, why are you regulating internet when we are having a discussion? You should join. Well, in the 25th, we went to Parliament. Well, I agree it was not expected that we would do whatever we did. But then again, the government would start a conversation from there and say, this is bad, let us have a discussion. Because Parliament will be there. I am alive, it is still there. I will be dead, it will be there. It is a building. There is no value in it. We can rebuild it, but conversations can be able to make generations to benefit. So that is it. And the last one that I'll be talking about is digital literacy. In as much as we see that we are tech savvy, it is not all of us who are tech savvy. As I've said, there's that divide, the rural-urban. The rural people, most of them do not understand how to use these technologies. And the most important thing is that we should ensure that they learn. The youths from the rural area are really productive, because for me, I do know that the youths from Kisumu will definitely feed me at the end of the month, because the products that they have there in agricultural produces will later come to our markets here at the urban centers. And that is the most important thing. If they can be able to understand how we can be able to sustain our food security and the issues that they're facing in terms of crops production through technology, it will be really amazing. We will benefit a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Byron. Thank you, thank you. On the same breadth of digital divide, I mean, it is evident clear that youth today are active, they're actively involved in social media platforms, mostly TikTok, X, Instagram, you can name them, there are so many. Wambui, if you could tell us how young activists can effectively use these social media platforms to integrate online mobilization with grassroots efforts to drive systematic change, and if there are any strategies that can be employed to hold decision makers accountable for meaning reforms in the digital space.
Thank you, Eunice. I believe there is ways that we can use our online activism to drive systemic change and tangible changes in our communities. The first one, we could use digital to organize offline action. Online platforms are great for raising awareness and support, but real change happens when these can be translated into action on the ground. Social media can be used to mobilize, but at the end of the day, some of these mobilization, like local rallies, barazas, and protests as well, require people to be there, require a visible presence. I would urge the youth to not shy away from showing up to these things. We encourage you to post and keep us updated online and everything, but at the end of the day, if we do need you to be there present, if it's a public participation, maybe like we had for the impeachment, make sure you show up. Otherwise, if we just post about it online but never show up, it will seem like it's online noise. And we do not want to be ignored anymore. We are tired of that. So the way to do that is to make sure they are seeing you, make sure they are hearing you, and they cannot ignore you. Another thing we could do is collaborate with community leaders and community groups. One way we could do this is by addressing the, as Byron was talking about, the urban-rural divide. At the end of the day, we cannot disagree about the divide. We have to go back there in the mashinani, as they say, and educate the people, our parents, our fellow youth who are there and are not sure what's happening in the country. We can go there, try and talk to them at their level. Don't go and try and speak to someone who's older than you, who has lived in the village in English. Learn your language, learn your community language, and make sure that you address them in a way that they can understand. Thank you. It is not this way we can make sure that we are all together in campaigning for change. Then, like with the Gen Z protest, one thing I did not like about it is how every time it was reported as the Gen Z protest, yet these are issues that are affecting everyone in the country. Your taxes are being affected, your livelihood is being affected, and our futures are being affected. Let us not have a separated movement, a Gen Z protest or middle-class protest. Let us all move forward as a country. Another thing I'd say is we could collaborate with NGOs, affected businesses, to form an alliance that will amplify our voice and increase our influence with policymakers. This would mean that they cannot ignore us, and we could create like some sort of scorecard. Like there's this website called the Mzalendo. Go on Google, type Mzalendo. It's a website that clearly, it's like a number, they've numbered the promises that were made by the Kenya Kwanza government before they came in, and the number of promises that they've been achieved, the number of projects that have been stalled, the number of projects that have been started. We could support these people, make sure you engage with them to make sure that they do not fall down, and we move forward with these. Another thing we could do is track progress and not let up. The youth who are activists online, we should keep monitoring the progress that's being made for the advocacy policies that we're advocating for. One way of doing this is having a clear unified voice. We cannot be divided, like I said. This way we can keep people involved and engaged, and we cannot forget about the policies that we want and the change that we want. One thing about, let me say, Kenya, when it comes to politics, we tend to have an attitude of forgetfulness. For 4 years, we'll struggle, and during the fifth year, when they come to campaign, we are like, oh, maybe we should give them another chance. We can monitor all the progress that have been made, and during the campaign, when they come to us, we can tell them, you said you are going to do this, this, and this, but you've only done this, and everything else has been stalled, and now we are struggling. Explain that, because at the end of the day, we are the one who elect these people. They have to work for us. Let's not treat them like they're gods or like they're untouchable. You elected them, treat them like you. Put them there, and they should work for you. Thank you.
Wow, amazing. Thank you very much, Wambui, for giving us that perspective. Quickly, Esther, you talked about initiatives that are meant for the youth, like the COMESA youth program that you mentioned earlier. How can these initiatives translate into tangible outcomes on the ground, or as we say, kwa ground? Najua sometimes kwa ground vitu kwa different, but could there be any actionable strategies that can be implemented to link key policy decisions to sustainable practices that truly empower the youth?
Thank you for that. So I think, first of all, turning ambitious goals into tangible outcomes is not quite easy, but it's possible if we stay committed and focused, keyword on focused, because I can't come here and say, and tell Judy, my shoe, it's tight, my left toe is the one that is hurting, and then Judy comes and tells me, no, it's your right toe that is hurting, so let's focus on the right toe. And I'm here saying it's the left toe. So we really need to stay focused and keep in perspective what Dr. Sabala had said throughout the panel, that as youths, we need to have a reading culture. And as also Dr. Oita said, we should be aware of our history, contextualize our present, and visualize our future. So on one specific thing that can be done is to, one, ensure that programs, say like COMESA youth program, have regular measurable benchmarks and robust monitoring system. And they should also, this is programs across, to also ensure that these programs are SMART. SMART, this is short for they are specific, they are measurable, they are achievable, they are relevant and time-bound, so that whatever goals or whatever actions are being taken, there is a proper trajectory of where it's going and what will be achieved by the end of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. As we wrap it up, Judy, could you please talk to us about dysfunctional security institutions on youth participation in security sector reform? Are there any implications of these dysfunctional security institutions on youth participation in security sector reform within the COMESA?
Thank you. So dysfunctional security institutions have a profound implication on youth and their participation, not only in the security sector, but also in governance, and even to a larger extent in terms of development. So in most COMESA countries, for instance, you will find that the relationship between young people and security institutions is very sour. And most young people, and even to a greater extent, very many people within these countries view the police, for instance, as anti-people and as institutions of the continuation of state violence. And so we find that there's a lot of disengagement of young people in terms of official or formal processes that call for reform. And this is also true when it comes to governance, right? We find that young people have really lost trust in these institutions. And what young people are saying is that it's not just about inclusion. We don't want to be included in institutions that are corrupt. We want reform, and we want to be included in institutions that take into account our opinions and our issues. So yes, there is an impact, but this does not mean that young people are not taking part or that they are not participating. They are finding very innovative, creative, and non-formal ways of participating and engaging in these issues. You could look at digital activism. In that certain COMESA country that we're talking about, young people came out on TikTok, organized themselves, taught other young people about the implications of that particular bill, teaching even young people within the rural setting. And that is why we saw that young people are able to mobilize themselves in such huge numbers, right, and call for change. So young people are engaging, so I wouldn't say they are not engaging, but it is evolving in terms of how we are engaging in these processes.
Thank you very much. I agree with you very much. Byron, what are some of these digital opportunities that you wanted to mention earlier, and how can the youth leverage these opportunities that are there for grab to foster meaningful outcome on Africa at large, not just in the COMESA region?
Thank you. I will only look at two, and that is digital education and digital jobs. And I'm very happy that one of the sponsors of this conference is offering digital education. That is really nice. I'm really happy with that. Now, on digital education, now, this is for the youths. Now, you can be able to access all sorts of courses, short courses, to help you build yourself career-wise. Now, if you can be able to go and do anything, you look at your niche. Yeah, we do have people who their niche is on data. You can be able to do data analytics. If your niche is in project, you can do project management courses. If your niche is on issues of maybe bringing societies together, maybe civil service, there are also courses that can help you do that. So we need to take these opportunities. In as much as we are limited in resources, we need to find a way of being able to educate ourselves through these courses. And another thing is digital jobs. Now, on digital jobs, this I would also try and ask the UNICAF. In terms of looking at giving people digital education, and I know one issue I did not say is about the emergence of artificial intelligence. We have a discussion about artificial intelligence, and recently Microsoft was in Kenya, and they were saying that they're looking at, or rather they are targeting to offer national skills or national upskilling to 1 million youths by 2027, and it happened recently. I'm looking at it from a point of, if you're offering these courses, do you also offer connections? Because yes, the youths do have the skills, 1 million youths have the skills, then what will they do next? Because you cannot just sit there with a certificate, yeah? You need to connect them with issues, because it is, for me, I have done international relations, and I'm here in this conference. I began, and I'm really happy that IRSK has put up this platform for me to be able to engage with people in similar mindsets, for me to be able to build myself career-wise. I get people with different opinions, yes, but they build us at the end of the day. And that is what I think, if we are getting this opportunity of digital education, we also need to get opportunities of doing the jobs of whatever skills we've acquired. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For this last set of questions, please take a minute or so to really be brief so that we can wrap up this conversation for the interest of time. So, Wambui, we understand that we are living in an era of
echo chamber effect and also misinformation. Lastly, I'd love to encourage that we engage with the media ethically and responsibly. Make sure that whatever you're sending to a certain group, if it's information about the government has said something, make sure that you've not spread misinformation, because like we said, there's people who do not know how to cross-check information, websites that you can use to get access. So make sure if you're going to send something to people, if you're going to post something, it is legitimate and it is true. I'll also encourage that we actively engage with the social media rather than just scrolling without thinking about what you're watching, because at the end of the day, what you're watching does form something in the back of your mind, and it will come out in a conversation, and you're not sure whether it's true or not. That will be all from me.
Thank you very much. As we wrap up our discussion here with my panelists, Edgar, please tell us, where is the place of COMESA in this discourse that we are having about the youth? And other effective organizations like the African Union, the regional economic communities, how do they engage in decision-making process and policy implementation in incorporating the youth in this discourse?
So I think COMESA is classified as a regional economic community. And these regional economic communities play a significant role in ensuring that the youth take part in decision-making processes. And they usually involve the youth through consultations on various policies in governance, peace and security, and also economic empowerment of the youth. So for example, COMESA has the COMESA Youth Advisory Panel, which Esther has talked about. And it advises the COMESA ministers on matters to do with the youth. At the EAC level, we have the EAC Youth Ambassadors Platform, which promotes youth participation in the national and regional democratic processes in the EAC countries. But these regional economic communities usually face challenges such as limited resources and inconsistent prioritization of youth issues. But these challenges will usually, they'll still be there. For them to be effective, I think they need to come up with solid and robust monitoring and evaluation frameworks, which will ensure that, which will help them assess the impact of their youth programs. And a good example is the European Union, which is also classified as a regional economic community. The EU has regularly assesses its initiatives aimed at empowering the youth, using feedback from the youth to refine its policies. So I think COMESA and other regional economic communities here in our continent can borrow that from the EU.
Thank you very much. This is also a time to reflect on this conversation, so I will allow questions from you, if there are any, 2 or 3. Yes, my dear. Can I have moving mics, please? Protocol team. Yeah, we can start with him at the far end. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Mohammed Abdullah from Kenya, Nairobi. Should I stand up?
Yes, please.
I'm very tall. Okay, as I have said. First of all, I would like to inform the youth that COMESA have played a key role, and COMESA played a key role in advancing the interests of the youth in COMESA. In Zimbabwe, another in Burundi, and then the youth were meeting with the young ministers from East African countries. It is up to the youth to discuss with the ministers what's affecting them. Another thing is, we have African Union Youth Envoy, who's a youth. We have 5 peace ambassadors of African Union. Again, we have the Eagle Youth Envoy. Then we have the AU-EU Youth Hub. So if it's a matter of platforms, the Youth Hub. And then in Kenya, we have CAS, who trains the young politicians in Kenya every now and then. So is there a problem with the youth or the system? Because we have all the resources, the knowledge, the platforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take one more question. Yeah. Yes. Oh, okay.
Thank you, Nyumbanyanjong of Lead Kenya. Who has excluded the youth?
You.
Are they disabled people?
No.
Nobody can be against your child whom you've spent a lot of resources preparing. And I believe parents have spent resources on the youth. The youth should rise and take the space of their country. They are not disabled. They should not open the books of lamentation. What the youth is doing in this country and also in the continent Africa is something which should be done by the physically challenged people, not the youth who are educated and very able. Number two, if we want to reform our country, must we be violent? Must we destroy our country? I don't think so. We should use the democratic structures. What about if we go to an election and then the youth are elected? What will happen? They will be our leaders and they will guide us. In this country, election is done by secret ballot. Nobody knows who elects who. So your strength is in the polling station. Go to the polling station, mobilize, come up, take leadership position. I'm one of those people who will support the leadership of the young people in this country.
His name? Wawuda? Yes. We didn't get his name, sir. May I look at your tag, please? Your name?
My name is Nyumbanyanjong. Nyumbanyanjong is my name of Leadership for Development of Kenya.
All right.
Thank you, Nyumba. Thank you, House. Because of gender roles, let me give an opportunity to a lady in blue. And a red one, and then we are closing up because we are far much gone. We are far much behind time. Yes, Jacinta.
Thank you. I wondered when I became the blue and not the name. All right. This is for the youth. This message came out yesterday from our National Assembly. I don't know how many of you got it. The chair of the Finance and National Planning Committee, Kimani Kuria, he said this: the youth have used TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and other forms of social media. That's digital activism, basically.
Right.
And now, I'm sorry, the leaders are taking advantage of what the youth have done to give themselves bonga points. Because Kimani Kuria goes on to say that because of that, the president has now listened and cancelled their Adani deals. Of course, in this room, we know it was pressure from the US, but that's all right. So what am I trying to say here? Who was talking about digital activism? Was it Tunis? It wasn't Tunis.
Byron.
Byron,
yeah,
and also Wambui. What you're doing in the space of digital activism is not being taken for granted. On the impeachment, a lot of the activism came from social media, and it was from the youth. And the guy got impeached. Whether fairly or unfairly, it will never be our business. But it is on record that digital activism is working. It has worked in Kenya. We can be an example. People can now come for South to South learning to Kenya to see what the youth are doing, how the youth are doing. Like the gentleman on that other end said, who is excluding you? Where I come from, we have a saying, telo ikao, telo kuminato. Leadership is taken. You don't wait for it to be brought to you. I've grown up knowing we are the leaders of tomorrow. Tomorrow has come, it's not my turn, it's your turn. So you see us, we waited, you guys shouldn't wait. You have the strength, you have the numbers, like you said about the ballot box, mobilize the way you're doing. But you are your own worst enemies. In Kenya right now, the people who are fighting that young man called Morara Kebaso are the youth. It is you, Gen Zs. It is you guys who are being bought off by the politicians. One came with a lot of English and big suits, now he's just another OTM placemaker. So do something. make the change. It is about you. Namubarikiwe.
Thank you very much for meaningful contribution. I'll just take one more last question from her, and then we give our panelists the time to answer
a few questions. Yes, my dear.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. I would like to say I'm a millennial, but a Gen Z at heart.
Okay, great.
Yes, my name is Diram. I work with the Probation and Aftercare Service and at the State Department of Correctional Service. So, my area of interest is in peace and security. I want to, this is just a food of thought, it's not a question, to Judy. You talked about the intergenerational dialogue, that it needs to take place. And the gentleman said, who is locking the youth out? So in the current, there's currently peace processes going on in South Sudan, spearheaded by renowned lead initiative mediators from Kenya. So my question is, they have been playing this role since time immemorial. Do we need new thinking? And does this new thinking involve the youths being put on the table?
Thank you very much for those questions. I will now give time. Sorry? Let me give time first for our plenary here, for our panelists to attempt and answer the questions. Byron, are you ready? You could answer the question from her about the digital tools that she was talking about, from Jacinta.
Okay, thank you, Awuda. Thank you, Jacinta. And you've said that we should take power. Well, we are here now. Are we not having a conversation? Yeah? So we have already started that conversation. Now, this is a follow-up. We are just saying that we can be able to talk. We are not violent. Yeah? And it is the politicians who tend to make us look like we are violent. It is not like that. They started saying that we go to mandamanos with iPhones and water and piga kelele, we eat KFC and go home. That is not true. We were fighting for what was ours, our economy. It was not the other way around. The reason why we went to parliament and it was burnt down, I'm sorry that happened, but that was not violence. We talked to them. We pleaded with them when they came to public participation and told them, this thing is punitive. Go and vote no. What did they do? They voted yes. Now that was our answer. You did not listen to us. Then you have no business of sitting there. Let us burn it down, and then we build another one with the new, young professionals. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Byron. Judy, you could take that one for peace and security.
Okay, I'll take that.
Okay, thank you, Esther.
So you asked whether it's time for a new thinking and for youths to be given a seat at the table. First of all, yes, we do need a new thinking. We need to have a growth mindset where we should find opportunities in challenges. And it's now we are past the time of asking for seats at the table. We should make our own table and have our own seats. And lastly, we are not aggressive, we are assertive.
Thank you, Esther. Wambui, please wrap it up for us as we end this conversation.
To wrap this up, I'd like to talk on what she said about politicians now taking bonga points on what we are doing. I would encourage that. The thing with online activism is it gives an illusion of progress, because now these politicians will come into our spaces and pretend to be actually doing something, but really they just want to be seen. What we need to do is we should differentiate actual doing the work from performative gestures, because these system problems will persist because performative gestures never address the deep-rooted issues that are within our systems. That's why when he talks about us coming and taking up leadership, we could do that, but sometimes the system tends to suppress us, and we are doing that right now. But the way to do that is we need to differentiate performative gestures and actual change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our conversation. What a time to be a youth. Thank you very much. It's been an honor and pleasure to be the moderator of this session. We cannot exhaust all the issues that are and challenges that us, the youth, we face. However, we could further this conversation in another platform and continue to have this conversation in great length. Thank you very much. I give it back to the MC.
All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I have a suggestion. IRSK, COMESA, and every other sponsor in this house. We did a whole week of a youth event. Because this was not going to end now. Yes, a photo session, a whole week. But I totally loved what happened here. George Wawuda, kindly, photo session. Now, before we break for lunch, I'd like us to wrap this up nicely. And at this particular moment, I'd like to officially start the closing ceremony. And I'd like to first let you guys know that on these screens, you'll see a barcode. You can scan for your photos. And remember, when you post, we're still tagging the whole weekend. We're still making noise about this conference. So put the hashtag. In the afternoon, we have a very special occasion. We'll be having the Diplomatic Awards. So please be there. Enjoy. A cocktail here and there, water. You know, relax. Yes, there's someone you've been wanting to talk to since we got here, but it's tea, coffee, mandazi. Yeah, so, you know, you can express yourself nicely. You know, maybe you want to remain in Kenya because of the person you saw, but you didn't get a chance. The tea and coffee was not helping. Yeah, so drop the coat, bring your lines forward. And the beauty about the afternoon and the cocktails is sometimes you don't need to do a lot of talking. The guts you get from the cocktail. I like you. I'm staying. It's done. I'm here. Yes. God sent me here. Where have you been? It's happening in the afternoon. We're in Africa. There is someone, but there is space for you. Unaona? Anything is possible. Yes, space for two. We are Africans. Kwa boma yetu mimi ndio kijana peke yangu, mama yangu anataka wasaidizi. Mmoja yuko, mwingine anaweza saidia kulima. Very possible. Then now you get someone who you can migrate to your village, cooking skills. She can be your mother's strength when you're in Nairobi. So afternoon, Friday, let loose, enjoy. Let me do my vote of thanks first. Thank you guys very much. You've been here since day one. You've been amazing. You've been my friends. You've been a good audience. You know, you go to places, you talk to people, and they're looking at you like, can you get done and just disappear? But no. You guys have been amazing. You have tormented my brain, let me be honest, with English. Hey! It has been one person after the other. I almost got a dictionary. It's professor, it's doctor, it's diplomat, it's I don't know who. I don't sleep at night because I'm thinking foreign diplomacy. Then there are minors who came here with tilting, tooling. What was that? Someone help me. Some 3 words they said here. Nobody remembers? Tooling? Tilling, tooling, tilting, distilling, skilling. Those ones, no, please. But I loved being here. I did, absolutely. So to anybody who we maybe crossed paths not very well, you know, with my bell and everything else, we didn't agree. I know you will apologize to me. And to anyone who I annoyed during these few days. You know, before a Kenyan tells you I'm sorry, it's a whole process. Your relatives will come, your government will come to represent you. I don't know what happened to Kenyans and I'm sorry.
I am not sorry. I will meet you again at the IRSK 2025 conference. I'll apologize then. Put your hands together. Asanteni, and now allow me to invite our CEO, Leonard Wanyama. Kindly, makofi kwake.
And then you'll come back for it. So. Yeah. Thank you very much. You know, when I listen to the youths and the things, it's not a question of history repeating themselves. It's people are taking the space, it's just that they don't know. When you're in history, you don't know you're actually making history. I was listening to them and I was getting excited. They are talking digital activism. You know, in this country, there's a generation, they talk to you, you don't know they were the first digital activists. They used to do, they had a website called mashada.com. Yeah. When you're young, you don't imagine that your parents had a website called Mashada. So you're talking generationally. You're learning from each other. I always find that very exciting. So I'd like to, not to mention the radical people. I know there was a student leader here, codename Aristotle. So I'd like to welcome you and hold the closing session. On stage, I'd like to have the conference chair, Dr. Kizito Sabala, karibu, so that you're close by here. You can give us some closing remarks. Dr. Oita Otiang, karibia tafadhali. Mr. Jan Olevos, welcome. Jan prides himself in having a Maasai name, Olevos. Huh? Welcome. So I think I'll start with you, Jan. Kindly come and give us some closing remarks. Tell us what you enjoyed. Do you have some Maasai beadwork hiding for each of us? I don't know. But karibu. Maybe you can use them. Just some brief closing remarks and then, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I've talked to many of you during the last days, and I'm very happy to be here at this conference. It's only the second one, and I think it has been a very successful one. And it's the first one that we as the Konrad Adenauer Foundation are a part of. I'm very happy to be a part of this because I heard so many interesting and intriguing discussions. Not all of the opinions I would agree with. There have been perspectives from all over the continent, all over the region, even from other places. And I think that is good because only when we talk to each other, even when we have different opinions and different perspectives, only then we can find new ideas and new approaches to solve the big challenges we have today. And I think we all know we live in very interesting times. And so we have to come up with good solutions. And these we can only find when we are in dialogue with each other. So I'm really looking forward also to next year, building on the success of this year, and seeing you all again in 2025. And I will be back with more books and more publications, as I've seen you guys really enjoyed those. And so we really had to fight and find in our office every last corner where we still were hiding some publications. But now I think there are a few more, so if you like, please grab them. And yeah, I also appreciated just now the young people talking here. You really sense the political energy behind that conversation, and I think it's very important, and it's encouraging. It's not only encouraging, I think, for Kenya, it's encouraging for the whole region, but also the whole world, when young people take up some new ideas, new approaches, and bring that forth. So thank you all very much for being here, and looking forward to see you for lunch, and see you also in the afternoon for the diplomatic awards. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, apologies, I had forgotten. Kindly, Nyambane from UNICAF, please join us. You'll also have to say a word. Nyambane is very important to us. For those of you who are IRSK members, those of you who plan to join, thanks to the partnership with him and his organization, that is UNICAF, once you have a registration number, once you are a member, you are inclined, or should I say blessed, to have discounts for your online learning once you decide to take up the UNICAF offer. I'd like to give the mic to Nyambane first, and then we'll go to Dr. Sabala, and then close with Dr. Oite. So Nyambane, maybe just some brief closing remarks.
I just feel honored to have been part of this wonderful, incredible event. I have been seated, enjoyed wonderful discussions, especially the last one for the youth. It's very enriching. Just to advise the youth that nobody looks down upon you, and take your space without any apologies. Otherwise, for the rest of the members, those who have come from the region, COMESA, thank you for these wonderful opportunities. Thank you, and I look forward to future participation.
Good morning or good afternoon. I feel really honored and excited, and everything that can go with that, for having been the chair of this conference and having seen this kind of participation, the energy, the drive, and the intellectual engagement that we have had. I'm really pleased that last year we said we are going to set the bar high. I think we have set the bar high. Next year we are setting this bar much higher. I want, on behalf of the organizing committee, and particularly I want to single out COMESA, CORD, and CAS for having sat down for so long, almost 3-4 months, planning this conference. And today we're very happy that it is happening. I want to say that moving forward from here, for those who have presented the papers, we are going to consult with the COMESA and CORD, and we are going to revert back to you and probably mention that we are going to set a deadline for you to submit your revised paper, and from there we are going to engage on the path of publication. And I want to really ask everyone who has presented a paper, please collaborate and coordinate with us so that we don't have delays. We really want to, next year, to be able to launch the papers that were being presented in this conference, just as we did for this year. But for this to happen, it will require your cooperation in terms of moving to and fro in trying to clean up the papers. I want to say that from here onward, we also plan to have some events that will be a build-up to next year's conference. And we are very glad that already we are receiving pledges for support for the next year's conference, and it's still open. I think we are inviting more partners to be able to join us in this.
I want to single out my colleague whom we have worked very hard on this, Dr. Peter Mwenja. Where are you? Dr. Peter Mwenja, where are you? You can see he's still working. We have collaborated very well, and we have brought this to where we are. I want to finish by wishing everyone a safe journey for those who are going outside Africa, safe journey for those who are going outside Kenya, and safe journey for those who are going to the village like myself. So thank you so much, and welcome again.
Thank you. Dr. Ita, will you take it from here?
Good afternoon, everybody. This young girl was playing outside, and he caught something and decided to go back to the house and found the father. The father was reading a newspaper, and he went to the father and said, "Daddy, what is it I'm holding in my hands?" What do you think the father said? What do you think the father said? Yes, the MC during the youth session. What did the father say? Anguka nayo. What did the father say apart from Anguka nayo? What did the father say? Yes. Huh? The future? Another try? The father simply said, the answer is in your hands. Young people, the answer is in your hands. And let's remember that the young people in this room, you are not a problem to be solved, but the voice to be heard. And therefore, I say, arise and occupy your rightful spaces, for you have nothing to lose apart from your chains. Enjoy your lunch, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ita. I'd like to ask Paida from Accord, kindly come and give your remarks. Paida and Mwencha are the ones who are constantly working, and it seems Dr. Mwencha could see me having civil society jitters of representation and made sure Paida had to be in the room. So, Paida, welcome. Give us some closing remarks.
Good afternoon. It's been great 3 days, and I think we can all agree it's also been crazy behind the scenes. So I would like to acknowledge everyone who took part in making sure that this conference was a success. On behalf of Accord, as you all know, the publications were published through our journal, the African Journal Conflict for Resolution. And I'm also happy to let you know that we are celebrating 25 years of the journal being since its inception in 1999. Our executive director, Dr. Gownden, when he started the journal, he had a vision of a conflict management institution that is grounded in research. So Accord is also a think tank. He wanted the journal to be the first accredited journal that could become the repository for African knowledge, and I think it has done that for the past 25 years. So I would also like to acknowledge the media team. On behalf of the media team, they did a great job. I think we can all agree that they did a great job. I would also like to acknowledge the MC, She's not in the room, but yes, she did a great job. Our partners, IRSK, CAS, UNICAF, and COMESA. I really did enjoy the last panel session as a young person myself and as a representative from Accord, because youth inclusion is one of our strategic objectives. And with that, I'd like to say thank you to everyone.
Thank you, Paida. I'd really like to acknowledge Accord's assistance. They have given us, sometimes when you're in the publishing space, you have certain ideas, and they've really helped us in the standard setting on the branding. As you know, branding is very key. And our collaboration, you're teaching us a lot, and we keep learning from you. We learn also in terms of the publications, and I'm sure on the research front, that will be a great help. Now, I am tasked to close this with thanks. I know the timing, and I know I am also tasked to try and set some energy into the next phase, so please bear with me. I will try imitate COMESA. What a job. So what I'll do, I'll just name the organization or the entity, and we will thank them with a clap. And then we will close with a traditional Kenyan clap, and we will then move into lunch. I believe I saw the vouchers were being passed around. Welcome, Chero. Please come to the stage. Sorry, I'll need to break protocol again. Chero Hazel is an IRSK member, but also part of the Australian High Commission, so she's here to give also a vote of thanks. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here to give a vote of thanks. My High Commissioner was here 2 days in a row, which, as most of you may appreciate, a High Commissioner's schedule is quite busy. So for her to be here 2 days in a row it's testament to what IRSK is doing. And so on behalf of the High Commissioner, the Australian High Commissioner to Kenya, and also accredited to East Africa, and on behalf of my colleagues who also joined virtually, some of them came for the sessions, we'd like to say thank you to IRSK. This was a very informative conference, and we really look forward to partnering with you again next year. And yeah, it was very informative, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Hazel. To translate, the Australians think IRSK and their friends and members and partners are the coolest people in town. Clap for yourselves. So, as I said, I will mention the entities as I go down the list. We just clap once, loudly, and then I'll teach you the traditional Kenyan clap. I know some of you will put me to the side once I say what clap that is, and then close. As I was saying, I believe you've all been given vouchers. If not, that door, I think some of the ushers, just like there's a lady there, can see her, get the vouchers, go for lunch, and then we will be coming back, I think, after an hour to begin the diplomatic awards. There'll be a bit of setup changing, but we'll be guided accordingly. So with that, I'd like to give my vote of thanks, starting by mentioning the Ministry of the East African Community. Clap. Secondly, I'd like to thank COMESA and EU. Thirdly, Accord. Fourth, the Australian High Commission. Fifth, the German Embassy. Sixth, CAS. Seventh, UNICAF. Eighth, Media Force. Ninth, speakers, particularly, and this group, we have some of our original members from long time ago. People like Dismas Mokua, people like Kono More. These are some of the founders who started, and we joined them on this journey. Clap. Yourselves, the participants, clap. The universities, Strathmore, Quare, University of Nairobi, Daystar. Did I forget anyone? Which university? USIU. Which other one? University of Zambia. There was a South African one. Free State. Riara. Zululand. MKU. Makerere. Oh yes, Apuli. Sorry, we need a beer. Next. Aga Khan. Who else? Huh? Unilas. The University of? Oh, I said UN. Bribe me. The University of Nairobi. One clap, Bwana. You are rigging elections. The protocol team. IRSK members. IRSK members online. Media Force have been clapped for. But again, Media Force. Yeah, you know, we've been with them 2 years in a row. We are really thankful. I said IRSK online members. I don't think they heard you. Online. The IRSK Council. Now I'm rigging now. IRSK Council. Yeah, another rigged vote. I'm sure this one, if I say one clap, I won't walk out of here. The MC, COMESA. Thank you, COMESA. You've kept up our energies. You've directed us so well. Some of you had a session where you didn't want to leave, and that's an evening afternoon session. We are really thankful. In meetings, there's that part where they say any other business. So any other entity. That one doesn't know themselves. Any other entity. The hotel. Yes, thankful. We are very thankful, Hyatt. The room setup was awesome. Very easy to move into the other sessions. It was very convenient. I remember we struggled a bit last year, and I know people are very keen to also have their meetings here. So thank you so much, Hyatt. And now to just close everything with the traditional Kenyan clap. Traditional. We can discuss this over the awards. Kenyans can tell you many things, but there are things ingrained in their DNA. When you tell them to clap, and you tell them moja, they know how to clap it. You see? It is in your DNA. Makofi ya kufunga. 1, 2, 3. Ya kula. Funga. Fungua. Thank you so much for coming. COMESA will be coming to close. I was imitating you, by the way. Yes, this is me. This is my best impression. The Embassy of Japan was also represented here. Yes. Please, Embassy of Japan. Thank you. So, as we go back, COMESA will direct us. For me, at this point in time, I know there will be a bit of fanfare. Dr. Sabala, I already have my conference paper for next time. It's called From Twisty to Mapangale, the International Relations of Dancing at Professional Networking Sessions in Kenya. That is what, so better dance, all of you. Thank you.
All right, put your hands together. That was amazing. So protocol, under Eunice Wawuda, prepare your team. We have VVIPs, where Shimi was coming for the afternoon event. So make sure your team is ready to receive them. Lunch, this door and this one. Get your lunch vouchers. Let's go to 8th floor, the normal place to go. At the far end, the lady in a beautiful outfit. Yeah, there and right here. Enjoy your lunch. Get ready for the afternoon to enjoy yourself. I don't think I forgot anything else. Those who are staying, enjoy your stay. Kindly take your stuff with you. The room is being reorganized for the diplomatic awards. Don't miss, be here, celebrate, cheer. Yes. Those who be traveling back to their countries, a safe journey. Those who be staying here, God bless, and thank you very much. Check, 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 check. Guys, please take it down. We need to leave now because everything in this room has to go. Chairs, tables, setup for the awards has to be done. We do not have so much time.